And
Well,
that's I just I'm uploading the video right now. I re-edited it, and it's going up now. But that's kind of what I tried to do in.
this is where like the flat earthers suck you in, that if you haven't questioned everything, then
Mhm.
you're not really looking for the truth. And it's like, well, some things you don't have to question. Some things are just, I would think, the shape of the earth too big to lie about. And most people,
That's where they get you.
yeah.
I found that quite ironic. Flat earthers say, "Have you checked everything?" Because they absolutely do not. They always leave
Yes.
out a bunch of stuff.
But it's not even that hard though. Like when you are a flat earther, you flat smack. I flat smack all the time from a glober perspective because I know what I was coming into this. And when you come in with that arrogant, you're dumb for these bad reasons that I'm gonna list them off, and they go fucking tick 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 tick. And all you have to do is just start with the first one, and they can't even peel back the slightest, bit of rug to show the dirt underneath. They have no idea what's underneath the rug because they've never fucking looked. That's
Exactly.
embarrassing.
No, and that,
Exactly
yeah,
my
they
point.
really, they couldn't step in on a topic they don't know very little about, but they don't realize how little they know about it because
Exactly.
it's way complex.
Right. And so like that right there should be that should be the first thing Globers get and that they encounter coming into this. They shouldn't be I knew street epistemology, and I came into this being coaxed by fucking FTFE and MC Tune on top. Like I didn't have the reasons I have now. I had the logic to go with a reasoning, but even when I got here, my first conversation with Democ was that we breathe electricity, and my argument was, when you go and when you raise an elevation, the atmosphere depletes. If we're under a dome, that should be essentially homogeneous all the way up to the dome. But that's not an argument we ever fucking talk about. We talk about gas pressure in a vacuum, and you go like, oh, it goes to all ends. But even the globe perspective will say, well, you're going to have more density at the bottom of that than at the top. So it defeats that whole argument that I had coming into it.
Saying when I went back to the globe, I knew it wasn't a globe because of the stars, and I knew a few other things didn't work, but I knew nothing about the globe. When I went into GEMS, it was like I knew I'd never heard of triangulation. I knew bugger all, so I couldn't say anything because I couldn't defend it. I was same as when I was a flat earther. I wasn't defending flat Earth because I didn't know shit about the globe to be able to dispute it. So I just watched mostly.
Mm-hmm.
That has been my point as well. They actually don't know much, do they, about anything? What they do know
Well, I
is what
thought I
other
did.
mainly, mainly what other flat earthers has told them.
And I did a
Most,
flat Earth observation. Went to the ocean, filmed some ships and things, and then went, oh my god, it's flat. Put my video, and I got picked on by flat earthers more than I did the globers. And I didn't know my elevation. I didn't know anything. I was just guessing how far away the island was and how far away the boat net was. And it was like, I'm not going to do this. I don't know what information to collect and how to present it. It was like, so
I don't think
stopped.
I've ever met I don't think I've ever met a flat earther though that's been an auto government apologist. Like I don't think I've ever met a flat earther that's been like, yeah, the government as a whole of society, they want the best for every individual within that society to work out, perfectly for each person, regardless of the whole. And that's kind of like the ideal of people who just believe science and government are just working in your best interest. They want me to survive. No. They want the population as a whole to progress. That means the things on the fringes sometimes get burned up and destroyed. And that idea isn't congruent with people that are sucking Bill Nye and fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson's dick. It just isn't.
Yeah, until Flat Earth, I knew there was something wrong, but still, I thought my government had my best interests at heart.
Personally, they had your personal best interest at heart, which is the belief they want you to have. But in reality, it is the whole of humanity that they're trying to progress forward, regardless of what stance they're coming from. Even like if you're left wing, right wing, both of them, you may feel they personally afflict you, but they are really trying to push an agenda for the whole of that. And if you are on the fringes, you are
Yeah.
unfortunately going to get burnt because it is it's the whole of it we're trying to move.
Well, they know that they don't have
Absolutely right.
100% employment. They're always going to have something like 5% of unemployed. So there's always going to be 5% who don't hit the mark for whatever reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people losing jobs, getting new jobs, and in the meantime, they were registered as unemployed. And the markets go up and down. But I totally agree. I mean, most governments and science as well is working for the whole, not, but people are a bit selfish. All of us are.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like now with the high interest rate and so on. Okay, I'm fairly well off, so it doesn't bother me that much. But I think people with less than average income or lower who's really struggling now is really, really bad. But then on the other hand, I think it's about bloody time that we've got some sort of adjustment. I mean, we've been living, everything's been climbing every single year. You've got more and more money every single year over the last 30 years. And it can't continue like that forever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's better getting it now than a complete crisis in, like, say, 10 more years or something like that.
Yeah, like for me personally, like I am like, what can I sell right now? Like I'm trying to I need to make $1,600 so I can afford a bankruptcy because I've been sitting on top of debt that I've been trying to thinking oh, I'll pay it off if I can just get my shit together, right? Almost 10 years of that. If I had just done a bankruptcy 5 years ago, I'd be back to square one right now with better, credit than before and with the knowledge of how to use my money. But for the
Yeah.
that extra 5 years, I've just been paying into a system. I can't, it's unsustainable. And now literally I cannot afford to survive and pay my credit card bills, but also I have zero in my bank to actually pay for a more what do you call it? A bankruptcy. I literally can't even afford a bankruptcy right now. What do? Do I just stop paying my credit cards altogether? I mean, I have one that just went default that I haven't even made the first payment on because it was for, the company trying to start. Didn't ever go because competition's fucking through the goddamn roof. I don't know what to do. I don't, and just imagine people even low. I have a house I live in right now, or we rent, and it's through that the rent right there is I haven't paid rent in fucking 2 months, and that's putting stress on my relationship beyond anything else I could imagine. What the fuck do we do? And when people finally snap, and it's gonna be a lot of us, what the fuck is that gonna look like?
Oh yeah, but do you have a chat with the credit card companies and so come up with a deal, how to do down payments and so on and so forth, or
For what
is it
now?
all maxed out so you just have to pay in a large amount?
Oh no, I only have one card that's maxed out, but the rest of them have, fluctuated. But do I just the minimum payment on one of my cards is $41. The minimum payment on one of my other cards is $150. And the amount of the $150 going to principal is $23. And I've been doing that for a long time.
Why does it cost you money to declare bankruptcy? That's kind of a bit ironic, isn't it?
Because I need to have a lawyer do it for me because I can't file everything. Because if I just go and file for bankruptcy without representative, I'll just owe everything in court because I don't know legal fees and I don't know legalese.
Okay.
And yeah, it's almost $2,000 to file for a bankruptcy. And it's funny because if you're bankrupt, you don't have that money. What do you do? What the fuck do you do?
Oh Jesus!
It shouldn't be that hard. You should be able to do it yourself. My sister
No, I've
did.
been literally like
You're a different
selling like
country.
before I moved in with my fiance, I had the same kind of thing where like an economic crash happened and I sold all of my retro games. I sold everything just to try and, make my payments. And still like I only had like maybe 2 credit cards at the time. It's just the credit cards and the lack of knowledge and just
Yeah.
spending and adolescence. Like I got into credit card debt because I wanted things that I never had because I grew up in a poor ass situation, and I finally had a job where I was making money, and I was like, oh, I'll pay that off. And then my fucking
Well, then,
addictive personality bullshit ADHD, like, and
well, then you get a
I
family and expenses change. So
oh yeah, and now I'm paying for kids I don't fucking get benefits for. Like, Jesus Christ, I can't. Like, I can't. I'm work every single fucking day. Today is the first day in like maybe 7 weeks. I haven't worked, every single day just to do DoorDash to, you know, like, and that's gonna be fun for tax time when that comes around. Like, God, I'm gonna have to try and find every write-off in the book just to not owe out my ass on that.
Shit, it sounds like a kind of a desperate situation.
Yeah, like I've thought about robbing banks more than like at least 30 times in the last year. Like, I don't want to hurt anyone. I would never do it, but like that is definitely a fantasy that runs through my head. It's unfortunate because it would never get anywhere. Like I would rob a bank and take the fucking physical cash and do what with it? Like everything I
Exactly.
ever do is digital. Like Jesus, fuck me. I can't even sell anything. I tried selling shit. I used to back in the
I know, right?
day,
Yeah.
10 years ago, I used to sell everything on eBay. Like I would thrift, I thrifted a lot and I would end up making money on the shit. And I could sell it on eBay and you make all these postings. I cannot sell a fucking thing online now. And you have to pay to promote your shit on eBay now to even have views on it. And it's never going to get sold because there's like you talk about the divide between the low class and the higher class in our country. That's already happened digitally. You have to be a goddamn corporation with the storefront to be able to like sell your shit digitally on eBay now. That is fucking crazy. There's other options. OfferUp, like the
Yeah, I
newer
wasn't
version of eBay.
expecting big
Can't even do
shops
it
to
on
go
there
on
either.
eBay. I
Yeah,
was not expecting the big shops to be on there. I thought that was just like like yeah,
yeah.
not
There's
companies.
literally nothing you can sell your thing. Like if I wanted to sell a $1,000 electronical item, I'm gonna get $25 for it. There's no getting unless I spend a month sitting on this item, constantly checking Facebook posts between scam, AI, all that bullshit. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna like the only other way is like garage sale. That's the only way you can actually get money for your shit now is to do a garage sale or a swap meet flea market type thing.
I had a garage sale a couple of years ago. 2 people came.
Yeah,
So I think unless you sign them right in the right place, it's even hard to do that now.
yeah. You have to hijack other people's signs. Like when they say
And anyway,
garage
like I
sale,
put
you
it, I
go and
put it
turn
on the
the arrow
digital.
the other way.
I put it on the digital sites because no one gets a newspaper anymore. That still didn't help.
The worst part, I've been trying to get a job for 3 weeks now. I've been filling out applications. I've done online interviews where I have to record myself as a video interview, answering questions. I have gone to 4 different immediate temp to hire agencies where they pay you goddamn awful slave wages, but you can walk in and out of a job any day. I have not been able to get a job. And it used to be you go to a temp agency and you could get a job the next day. You'd be like getting a call the next morning, like, hey, go here for this much an hour, and this is the person to contact. And you get there and they sign in and you start working there and you work there for however many months before your assignment's done or you get hired. and the temp agency, says goodbye or hands you another thing. No one's hiring. It's very, very interesting. And everything's so expensive. Like, what do you do?
I think if some employer would have listened to you just now, you would get a job, because you show you're really willing to take any kind of a job. But how do you put that on a CV? You can't, can you? Unless you have a former
Mhm.
employer who can give you a piece of paper stating that.
That's how I got my last job, actually, through Wilson Tool. It was a CNC machine. Like I
Right.
got the job doing loading in a CNC and making punch and dies. I'd never worked on one before, and when I went through the temp agency, they told me, "Oh yeah, no, they declined as get me an interview. At least give me an interview." And they got me an interview with them. They did their little, oh, just at least give them a chance type thing. And I went in there and had to sit in front of 8 different people and answer a bunch of questions. And I got the job doing it. And then I needed better hours because I was working 3 to 11 p.m. and my family life is falling apart. So I got a 9 to 5 position, but I was stuck in a hole doing one of the worst jobs in the entire factory, day in, day out. And they wondered why they had to constantly fire every single person they put in that fucking hole of a job. And like, you'll get it eventually once you completely automate that position, and you don't have to worry about somebody listening to audiobooks or whatever. Like but you can't even get, like, that was the thing. Like, I got that job. They had the option. I went to a temp agency the other day. They had one factory that they were able to put people into, and it was in a plastic injection mold for $10 less an hour than I was making in the factory, and $20 less an hour than I'm making now doing DoorDash.
Yeah.
And
I'm glad I've been sticking to the same company now for almost 35 years. So you have like a seniority, which is quite important when it comes to if you have to lay off people or not. And we had to
well,
lay
that
off quite a bit. Like 10 years ago, there was quite a bit of people being laid off. So
yeah,
like my experience and seniority secured my position.
yeah. 7 years ago, I was working in this cabinet factory. I was a cabinet maker. I would make select comfort stores where they do the sleep number thing. I actually
Mm.
made the kiosks and the upright thing that stood next to the bed, and it was like a bunch of different shit. And I got laid off from that company 3 different times, every single, like, 3 different years in a row. It would come to just a week before Christmas, and they would go through the factory and they would lay off like a third of the factory, and then we'd be able to file for unemployment. But we got fucked over for any. It just fucks you. It really fucks with you, and then you get hired back, and then the next Christmas you get laid off again, and then you have to file for
Yeah, that's
unemployment just to get through it.
but that all that is due to is the finances of the company as it gets towards New Year. To sum up the year, so you get you just hire a bunch of sack a bunch of people just before the final
Mhm.
part of the year. It looks much better on paper how much money
On
the
the
company is making. A
on
bunch
the
of
third
bastards.
year, on the third year, right before Christmas, I didn't get laid off, and I got handed my first Christmas bonus of $300. While hearing, about the other people who didn't get laid off and have also been working just as hard as me, getting, upwards of 3 grand for their Christmas bonus.
Yeah, something like that. Then.
Like like getting that extra money, I've only gotten that twice. That job, I got the $300, and then at this Wilson Tool, I didn't get the full first Christmas bonus because I had to do a temp to hire, and I worked as a temp contractor to hire or whatever for 7 months on their CNC end mills at like 3 different machines I learned to run simultaneously without the degree of CNC or knowing G plus or anything like that. Yeah, and then I went back to just running a manual hydraulic press, bending metal over and over and over to get it perfectly straight with the fucking lateral I put under it with shims. It down to 0.001, not knowing how many thou that is, but they fucking did. I did a bunch of different jobs there. It was fun. They didn't know what like I before this though, like I did environmental health and safety and facilities and maintenance. And I never had anybody, looking over my shoulder. I just did my job and made the place run better and work better and like I worked so much better without being fucking breathed down my neck. And that's all they wanted to do.
Yeah, leave me the fuck alone and let me do my job. I know that feeling as well. So, but luckily enough, I'm in such a position that my closest boss, at least offshore, is dependent upon my expertise and knowledge.
Mm-hmm. That's
So
nice.
he doesn't tell me what to do. He can ask for changing properties and stuff like that to discuss that with my people onshore. But of course, but beside all that, he knows what we are doing, so he's using us as specialists instead of having control over everything himself. Because there's too many specialists within the oil business. You can't know all the different niches of work. So they just have to depend on the specialists, which is a good. I feel sorry for you not being able to get a steady job, a steady income, and so you can fix up that credit card debt and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's because retarded.
Yeah, no.
I got like I don't know. I got like ADHD and like I'm a habitual marijuana user with habit issues and addiction, and it wasn't till like just about 10 years ago that I was able to get off nicotine. I was addicted to cigarettes, nicotine. I started smoking when I was 12. And so this is not an uncommon story. Like there is so much of America that are just caught up in this retarded bullshit. You're made stupid by design. Like it's like they had to stop advertising, you know, cigarettes to kids. Like, did you ever have candy cigarettes in your area?
Candy cigarettes? Candy.
Candy cigarettes.
It's a brand?
There's a couple different brands, but it's essentially a sugar stick with a red end on the end.
Oh, yeah.
So you could hold it in your
Yeah,
mouth
I
and
remember
pretend
those when I was a kid. We had them. Today, that is not allowed. We used to have these licorice pipes as well. It's forbidden to sell because that might have the tendency to get people to start smoking when they grow up. I mean, these are just sweets for kids.
Yeah. That was a thing. Like I think you could still buy those in a couple different states here.
Right.
Yeah. We are a commodity, like everybody's a commodity, and we're all like the thing I was saying earlier, like going through school, it felt like every single teacher and every ideology was like, you're going to college, kid, so do all this. That's a fucking joke. If every kid went to college, we'd be fucked. Like what are they doing?
Yeah, but you are right, because I know a few guys who owns companies around there. They are really fed up of this, what they call the master hysteria in Norway nowadays. Everyone's supposed to get the minimum a bachelor of some sort, hopefully a master. And they said what's the use? Most of these people have never worked in their life. They have no idea how the system works when it comes to being the working life. They would much rather have a guy with just a high school of some sort of, or a technical education of some sort,
Mm-hmm.
or the lower end, and then hire them and build them up from there.
Dan said it perfectly the other day. I don't know why I didn't ever fucking catch it. If you're working for your money, you're fucked. You need your money to work for you. And like that mentality has never been something I even ever thought of.
It was like we had this. Everyone was supposed to go into academia, become lawyers, doctors, and psychologists, and whatever. And a few of the youths got education, like electricians, plumbers, and mechanics, and so on. And luckily for us, we got quite a few people coming in from the Eastern Europe, especially Poland, who has this knowledge and expertise, and we use those. But luckily now it's coming back, to become like an electrician or a plumber or a carpenter or whatever. It's become more popular and is getting quite well paid as well, which is good. It's like I told my two kids, I don't care what you become, but get the fucking education. And they both did. So
Yeah, I wish I had gone to a trade school. Like that was so accessible when I was, in my 20s, when I was 18. I could have done that and my parents would have let me, go rent free. I decided to try college for half a semester and realized I fucking hated that just as much as regular school. And then I, you know, went into a welding factory, a welding dungeon, as I call it, and then I eventually went on to HVAC, all without specialties in those fields. So I was making literally $8 an hour doing HVAC in 2007. All right,
2007,
yeah,
$8
2007. I
an
was making
hour.
$8 an hour in
That's
America.
way less than the minimum wage over here. But
Yeah,
then the
well, I
cost
mean
of living, yeah.
that's actually $1.25 above the minimum wage currently in America.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I thought I was doing good because I was working, full 40-hour weeks, and yeah, I didn't have debt at the time. Is great.
About
I didn't have anything to go to show for it because, just affording to eat and, get marijuana and cigarettes like that. All of those things cost what it was to work,
you're
which is what I
rubbishing a bit.
I don't know if it's going to be any better. My connection's real dog shit.
No, it was
Um,
just for a tiny
yeah,
bit.
just to go to work though, required, the amenities of like I don't know, like I need to smoke weed, like I don't smoke when I'm at work, but I like to smoke when I'm at home. I would smoke cigarette. Like I needed all these things to
That
get me through this dog shit of living, and it costs so much just to like just owning a car now feels like it costs more than it. Like I have to have a job just to own a car, so I can go to work to own a car to go to my job to own a car, because it costs money to own a car. So I need to go to a job
so
that I need a car to go. Yeah,
yeah, it's like a never-ending story. Huh? It's fucking expensive to have no money. So much easier when you have some.
yeah. I mean, I went a long time without even having a job. I was unemployed for like eight years after that. Once the economy crashed here in 2008, I lost
Yeah.
my trailer. My car blew up on me. I ended up moving back in with my parents, and I was on unemployment for like 3 years, making $75 a week, and I lived off of that. Yeah. And then I started working, and I started making money, and I finally had money to buy things, and that's where that like, oh, I got credit, and fuck, man, the second you slip up, because I've never had savings. I never been able to work long enough and not, and, not have, have above net zero to save up for a thing ever in my life. I hear it's a good way to do things though.
Yeah, but but there's a difference. I mean, I've been lucky. I've got quite a good job. I think I'm sitting in a big, nice house in a very popular area, close to the sea. I've got a big holiday house. I got 2 cars. I got the boat. I've supported my kids through the studies, and like my youngest now is in Nashville for a month, so I paid the trip and this an allowance money for her. Trying to get into music, in that respect, I'm spoiled. My wife is also working full time, so in a few more years, I'll become a pensioner.
There you go. What do you do when you're a pensioner and you've
Uh,
do you have to like
I
hide
like
your previous wealth, or do you just
no,
do you plan for, or do you plan for the pensioning stuff?
I've got the private and pension from the state, so I'll end up with about 65% of my income today, but the income tax is reduced by about 20%. So in total, I probably end up more or less net about the same as I do now. But then again, the normal pension age in Norway is 67, so it's still about 6 years to go. But depends on my head and my health, how long I'm going to continue on. I can retire. I'm turning 62 in January, and so I could retire then if I want to, but nah, I don't.
Do you want to hear my money making venture for the future? And I've just had an ad come up for it. So everything's going robotic, and I think the only way to make money in the future will be to own these robots and rent them out. And even if you're not the factory if the person that owns the factory, at some stages their robots will break, or you need ones in between. So I think there'll be a market for it. And now Elon Musk is going to start selling them in 2025 for 20 grand. So they'll be able to like work at a cafe or things like that.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to learn, and then you'll be able to
There's a
attach
bunch
different
of
things
stuff.
to them.
Yeah.
How do I get 20 grand to own a friggin' robot?
I saw one
About.
hammering a nail in today. He was holding a hammer and a board and pounding a
We've got to
nail
get
into
in
it.
early. We missed the crypto, those of us that did. We can't miss this. It's going to be the only way to make money. Well, one of few.
And I think that's a really good idea. If you want to make money in the future, you have to be at the forefront of technology and what's is going to come. You have to start really early.
Yeah.
We were a couple of guys who was thinking about starting up refurbishing and recycling of electric car batteries, because we got a fucking bunch of electric cars there in Norway. But we were too late. There was already 2-3 companies that were already started and making money on it, and then you're just too late.
Yeah, I had a friend who was reconditioning secondhand solar panels, And then all of a
Right.
sudden everybody started doing it, so now he's not able to make money from it. But or so he says, but yeah. But yeah, I just think somehow I've got to get one of these robots. And then you just, I guess, drop it off at the cafe or wherever it needs to go and work. I'll have to wait till there's second-hand ones for like $5,000 or something. Have an almost working robot in your cafe.
Oh well, had to start doing some work at home. We're just arrived home for 3 weeks holiday, so it's a bit of doing in the
Yeah.
garden.
Oh my God, there's
Stuff
so
like
many
that.
places you could rent this robot out to. You could rent it out to
Okay.
nursery home.
There is.
Oh, sorry, you're going outside the garden. You say?
Yeah, but you said, but how much was these robots costing? You said
20,000 is
20
his
grand.
hope.
Australian or US?
No, that'd be American because it's Musk.
Okay.
It's Tesla.
Ah, right. Okay.
But imagine in a nursing home because that's so expensive, and we've got a lot of that in Australia. You know, like that's our main economy shit thing that's happening, and they're spending billions on it. Rent it back out to the government. We'll all have to buy shares in one or something, or maybe buy one between us all. Those of us that aren't rich, crowdfund it.
Here we go. Fix Eno's model, so now it's actually full screen, and you can get to everything. Here we go. Check that shit out. If you haven't played with Eno's model, scroll in and out of that. If you got a nice freewheel scroll, it's really cool. Just like flick it and watch it go in and out. You can see like the scale of the Earth to the sun, as well as things in its orbit. I should do a video where I play with the thing. He needs to put arrows in it though. Point some of the stuff out because you can't even see it when you're looking at it. it just looks like you see like the mantle and the instructions, but if you at the very top of it, there's a couple structures and you don't really see them until you zoom all the fucking way in on them. Got Mount Everest, the Black Swan, the
Oh,
Burj
wow.
Khalifa.
Cool. Wow. Put the black swan in there.
Yeah,
Excellent. That's too funny.
It's got like a horizontal light ray and like its comparison of what it would be to the sun way off on the far left.
I hope the
That's cool.
AI can recognize bullshit as it progresses.
What I like too is this gives you the Earth's moon in comparison to the Earth's size, also directly compared to um, the sun right off to the right. And if you zoom in, it's like the sphericity of the sun even disappears and looks almost parallel. Like if I take a screenshot of that, you probably never even guess that it's a curved surface that you're looking at until you zoom out and you can see the curved surface. Same with the Earth. It's like the same thing. You zoom all the way in and it'll look flat. All right. I gotta go night night.
I love this concaver. He's even better than Buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty good.
Concaver. Seriously, he could give Witsit a run for his money. Is simply where the geometric binary dichotomy. I need a dictionary to even fucking understand half this stuff, seriously. I still don't get why there's a horizon on a concave Earth. I just, especially like only like 5 miles away.
It's the atmosphere causing the horizon. And you have like things close to the surface are going to cause the refractive index to be higher. So you're
If I
going to
get
have.
I get
Uh-huh.
inside a ball, there's no way I don't expect to see the walls and the roof. Like
Well,
seriously.
that's the problem is because the laws of the universe is a kinematic equivalency to all of it. So because it's been reverse engineered and all of the observations we've seen looking into the void of space, yeah, it's infinite going inwards as well as it could be infinitely expanding. So it's infinitely expanding inwards, kinematically, mathematically, to the same way it would be expanding infinitely outwards. And that's why you can't see through the center of it to the other side, because there's an infinite amount of space directly across. If you're on the inside of the ball looking directly through the center of it, there would be an infinite amount of space in between you and the other side as you go exponentially in towards the center.
I think I'm just dumb with the hearing all of this, seriously.
uh, it's fine. I'm making sense though. Don't worry.
I hope so. I still needed a dictionary for half of what you friends said.
Mm-hmm. I didn't have to make anything up though. There's no azimuthal in there. And there's just an infinite amount of space. Flat earthers hate that. Did you see the short that I made earlier? The Hurt Kermit?
No.
All right, I'm gonna post in the open chat here in a minute. I had this idea because I've been learning a bunch of. I have like 30 new songs that I've been working on, all like covers or whatever. and I was playing this one, and I did a Kermit the Frog voice. I was like, oh, I can actually do that, somewhat. And then I had this idea in my head, so I made this YouTube short. I'll post an open chat. Here we go. It's only like 35 seconds long.
Okay, cool.
I was able to find one of the gifts in there is Kermit shooting up with the syringe, and it was gold that I was able to find that. I was like, there's got to be Kermit doing drugs in here, and he's fucking shooting up with the syringe. Like, perfect.
That's too funny.
I got this other video it's uploading right now. It's that Flat Earth Hollywood thing, but it's really good. I thought I brought up the what's the age of the Earth, but it was actually Dan that brought it up. He fucking he lined up a fucking an alley oop for me, and I fucking dunked on this dude.
You're gonna just scare them all off if you keep making hit videos about them.
Honestly, though, it's so much fun to do that. I'm surprised we
I
didn't
know.
have more people like sitting here waiting to get on and do it, because there was a couple people. We just need to get the audio figured out, because I think if we didn't do the that movie review thing in the beginning, we would have had a lot more people willing to sit through a longer session. Maybe not the 10 hours we did, but maybe like, a 5-hour event. Totally be worth it.
With Dan's, I wasn't even home that day. I was skiing.
Yeah, it was fun. I liked it. Learned a lot. Learned what we need to do, what we need to fix. Dan's microphone shit ain't working. I gotta send him a couple different rigs. But it is doable. It's not impossible. There was this one guy there, flat top, and he had like a speaker like the size of Danny DeVito on a fucking pallet, or what do you call that thing where you like move around kegs of beer on it or whatever, or a bunch of milk carts.
Yeah.
A one person jack or whatever. Yeah, he had a huge fucking speaker, and he was just pounding music and singing to it like you couldn't hear anything because of the fucking bass coming through that. It's crazy. So Dan had to actually pick up and move just to get away from it. Like the whole time we're dealing with audio issues, none of the microphones are working. Like, yeah, these might have worked 3 years ago, but software changes. Shit changes.
Yep.
Like I want to
Yeah.
get another
Yeah.
headset like I'm using right now. It's a fucking trucker headset like Left Lane uses. and it's got like 30 hours of battery life on it, and a boom microphone and a mute button, and all we need is like 2 of these headsets and 1 extra phone, and the show would run pretty smooth. It's like each headset's like $90, and then you gotta
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So it's like the show is worth doing it. I think like there's a lot of educational shit there. Like the street epistemology thing, I think is what a lot of America's lacking. Like, yeah, I have a belief, but why do I hold that belief? Well, I hold it for a reason, but I might not know, like, I might not even admit to myself the reason that I truly hold a thing. You might hold a belief that you lie to yourself to hold because the truth of it is painful, you know? And when I learned that, I was watching this guy, Anthony Magnabosco. He would talk to people on this walking trail. He would like ask them like, "Hey, 5 minutes, you free? What's the thing you believe?" And they would go through talking about it. He would just kind of like a therapist, like repeat back, like, okay, so you said like you believe this thing based on what I gathered was maybe these 3 options, and then he'd name out. He's like, "Is that accurate?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And then he would, go through, well, all right, so is there any real like what's the reason other than these 3? Because you can walk down those paths and find that they aren't good reasons, right? So is there a good reason for holding that belief? And if not, you know, mull on it. And if you come back on the path next, talk to me again. And he'd get people to come back multiple times to talk about their beliefs. And one of the guys was a Mormon, and he came back and realized that he didn't have good belief or good reasons, and he already didn't um, have good answers the first time he went through. And he ended up doing a show on the atheist experience, or the atheist community Austin, and he does it now. It's called Truth Wanted, and it's really really fucking cool because I got to get on that show as a guest host, where we took call-ins, and that's when I had Shane and Riggs and Dan, not Dan the Waterman, but a different Dan, fucking crazier Dan,
Hmm.
um, and Killian. They all called in. They like this dude took every fucking flat Earth call there was, and all I wanted to do was talk to people that believed in werewolves and fucking aliens and ghosts. But I just ended up talking to everyone we hear here on Discord, and it was my like when I was just getting into YouTube and shit. But yeah, like the street epistemology, like that shit changed me, like how I address things. Like every debate I do is kind of based in that. Like that's why I don't even fuck with math or you know a lot of shit. Like there's no reason to, because all I can do is I can really just look at your arguments and see if they're even worth you know the salt, or worth my time to listen to.
Okay.
See if I can find him. Anthony Magnabosco. Okay. I found him.
Why are you out there?
If you get a chance, watch a couple of these with the times on these. Not any of the long ones, but the ones where there's people like walking on the trails. Like they are very good, uh, interesting interviews, essentially. I hear I see Rebel in here, but I haven't heard Rebel all night long.
No. Parked his bum in here and fell asleep. I think Cressira's been pretty quiet too. He's not even on mute.
Yeah. I was actually just wondering about Democ, and I saw him just a minute ago. I was like, oh, okay. I need to talk to Flatman. Apparently, he's got something to say. People saying he's leaving Discord for a bit, but I want to talk to him personally.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's I don't know what's going on with him. Hope everything's okay.
What's going on, dogs? What do you got to say about Mr. Sniffy Head Joe heading out? What do you think's going to be a better replacement?
Kamala Harris is the most
No.
likely replacement.
No. Why would you do like what? Nobody wants Kamala Harris. Like, why do we always get this fucking end of the fucking shaft? As a Democrat in America, let's get Gavin. He's fucking dope. That like, let's go. Let's get that young, spry little man in there who likes marijuana and understands the so like no, why the fuck would we even try and push Kamala? That's what happened with Hillary. I'm like, I don't want to vote for another Hillary.
There's a few good reasons for Kamala. One is funding. Funding can't be transferred from Joe Biden to just any Democrat. It can only be someone on his ticket, like Kamala Harris, the VP.
You can't
all the
buy my
Democrat
vote
funding
though.
needs to go to her.
That's a law we just looked up. Like, I will vote for Gavin Newsom. Put anybody under the age of fucking 55, please.
Okay? She's still a lot younger than both Trump and Biden. So, hey, I don't know if Gavin even wants to run. Does he?
I don't.
He's
He
never
doesn't get a
indicated it,
choice.
has he?
I don't give a fuck.
Of course he
He's
gets a
running.
choice.
No. He doesn't. No. He doesn't get a choice. Like,
Men du må bli her. Pappa skal ut og slå opp litt.
you are a hot.
So, what don't you like about Kamala Harris? She's just vibes.
Well, since we voted her in with Biden, I haven't seen her in America. Like, as an American citizen, haven't seen her since the election. I saw her in the one video about a month ago where they're like standing outside and Joe looks like a fucking zombie, just kind of staring in like awe or terror or whatever racial thing might be on stage while everyone else danced happily around him. That was one of the first times I saw Kamala Harris in America here since I elected them. Yeah. Who the
Okay,
fuck is
sounds
she?
good.
What's she got? Because like we
Been
don't
doing
want them.
stuff, man.
She's a no. She ain't been doing shit. That's the fucking thing. Like
Yeah, well,
like,
sucks to be you. Vote for her.
but no. How
You don't
about that?
deserve to vote for her.
No, I'll vote for Trump over fucking Kamala. How about you give us a
Yeah, of course you
fucking
will.
actual, get us like fucking, no. I've never voted for a Republican person before in my life. And get this, there's going to be more Democrats voting for Trump because that motherfucker got almost assassinated in this country. Thank fucking God he didn't, because these fucking MAGA retards are already threatening to hurt people because of what they perceive as the left trying to fucking stop their great fucking leader. We don't want Kamala Harris. Why
Well,
would they do that?
I don't know if any of that's true. I don't think the polling's reflected anything about Trump's assassination so far. Harris looks like she's at least got a chance against Trump. I think I saw like 35 to 65 when it came down to chances to win out of 100 elections, which is about on par to Joe Biden, but that's at the very start. She's not even the nominee yet. She gets all the funding. She is young. She is a minority, and she has been a DA, a governor general. What is it? I don't know. She's had like 3 different roles before she managed to get to senator and then VP. So she's qualified. So I don't know. If you don't like her, you don't like her. There's nothing that we can do about
I
it.
have no reason to like her, and that's the scary thing. She's been a vice president for almost 4 years, and I don't fucking know who she is.
Well, maybe you don't pay enough attention. No, Biden didn't do a whole lot of press stuff, unlike Trump. Even Biden, when he was VP to Obama, he didn't do a whole lot of press stuff.
Oh, but we knew who Joe was when he was the vice president. He was the fucking old dude. Like even then, he was the fucking old dude who said too much. Like, shut the fuck up, Joe. That's like I knew more about Joe then than I know about Kamala here.
Keep using your extreme vitriolic words for no reason instead of actually trying to come to anything substantive. Good job.
Do you think the government cares about you individually, or
Probably
the
not. Government would care about areas, people groups, averages, but an actual individual by themselves, maybe they can care, but they don't see each individual, so there's no reason for them to pay attention to an individual.
Do you believe that there's lobbying happening in America that could possibly influence like even polls?
Of course, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the candidates that I want to vote for or I would vote for that much.
Do you think candidates have much to do with the ultimate policies that come out of the side they are on?
Yeah, I'd say that particularly when it comes to presidential and vice presidential, they have a lot of power and influence over the policies put forward by Congress.
And you think that if somebody could sneak their way into getting into a position of power and they went against everything else, you think they would continue to remain one of the people in power?
I don't think so. I think they've hit a certain threshold where you've been caught out being a corrupt dickhead too much that you no longer are voted in. It's cool. How
many politicians do we see in America though that like say one thing, get into politics, and they get elected, and then they never actually do the thing they said? But not only that, they just become cogs in a machine. How come we never see anybody like standing up and getting like how come there aren't constant ejections from both the Senate and Congress because people are going against what the majority wants versus what the people want? Like I would expect if this were to be true, you would be seeing at least a congressperson every month getting thrown out because they voted with their morals versus the party line, like you're arguing for.
What's an example of this right now?
Oh, you're right. I don't have an exact example right now. But
if you want to know like the real answer for why politicians get in and then don't vote for the stuff or don't pass or push for the stuff they want, it's because they realize that Congress isn't going to pass it. So if there's not enough people to actually pass your piece of legislation, there's no reason for you to put it forward except for sort of a bit of PR, which AOC was quite good at doing. Bernie Sanders has been quite good at doing. The left wingers have been very good at doing it. But other than that, to put forward a bill that you actually want to pass and there's a possibility of passing it prematurely before you have enough votes, and kind of a bad political move.
Okay, so then you just never actually do the thing that you got elected to do? Or do you resign? Or should you resign after you can't do the thing you got elected to do? Like, how do you right the wrong there?
time you push for the next voting to vote in more people to Congress that'll vote in line with your bill. If the population really wants it, they'll do some of that. So if you look at Joe Biden ran on infrastructure, fixing the economy, and things like student debt relief, he's actually achieved a fair chunk of that.
Right. And so during all that time that you didn't do the things you wanted to do, that you were elected to do, were you part of electing other things into power?
I have no fucking idea what you're asking. It's too vague.
Oh, well, I didn't get to the end of it, but yeah, I guess you can't wait there. So all the time that, like,
explains why it was so vague, because you didn't finish what you were saying.
yeah, so like if you didn't get the one thing you got elected to do, but you also had to spend 9 other months doing other things you also had to vote on, right? Like, how much of that are you a cog in the machine of, because you might vote on things you don't agree with to stay in the machine to get the thing you ultimately don't ever get past to begin with, but you've also been part of pushing forward agendas that aren't even ultimately what you want to be a part of, and you become part of what's it called, another brick in the wall, essentially.
Still no idea what you're talking about. Are you saying a politician who came in with an agenda and then when they realized an agenda they just flipped?
No, that's not quite what I was saying. I was saying somebody comes in with an agenda. They're like, they want to be the best person in the world to get their thing done, and they spend all the time in the world doing it. And in order to do so, they believe that they have to be part of the main party line and continue towing it so that they can gain support, all the while towing a line that's tugging on things they don't ultimately align with just to pass the thing. And then maybe it doesn't even pass. And you've just been, a cog in somebody else's machine. Like how many people just like, no, I'm not
You have an
voting.
example?
Yeah, no, I don't have an example, but it seems like you do you disagree that there would be an example? Like if I didn't have it,
I don't live off vibes and memes, man. So like,
okay,
I just,
no,
nothing.
it's pretty fucking simple. Do you think it doesn't exist at all? Like,
It
do you think
probably
it's possible
exists to
that
some level, but I don't think it's very
okay, so
common.
you can grant
Like, if
that
you
for,
look at
for
AOC.
conversation, or okay, all right. Good night, sir.
So, Dogs of Gods, just a very quick question. I mean, you're in Australia by the sound of it, I'm guessing.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. So you have the party whip system in Australia.
Yep.
Yeah. So what's the party whip system do?
It tries to get votes for any proposed legislation.
Yeah. So they run a similar thing in Senate.
Yep.
So therefore, there are going to be times where people are following the party whip because they're told to do so.
Yeah, but
and then they won't be voting in line with their thing. That's all that Demon's Tribe was saying. I don't know why he made it so difficult.
yeah, no, that doesn't happen. In the US system, they have a party whip. The party will try to whip the votes together, but the US system is much more independent. So if you look at Bernie Sanders, he's an independent who caucuses with the Democratic Party, and he can just vote against the Democratic Party no ill will.
Yeah, but he's not
time.
part of the party.
And then you look at like Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. They fought against the infrastructure bill again and again and again and again and again, despite being party Democrats for a long time, because they're seen as more libertarian Democrats than like big government Democrats. So they kept voting against it until provisions were put in the bill. Then when those provisions were put in the bill, they came to a reasonable like bargain and managed to pass the infrastructure bill.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that there aren't people that will vote against the whip or vote against the Democratic leader of the House or the Republican leader of the House if you're part of the party. But generally, you will follow the vote. That is the general rule. You can always find exceptions to any rule, but generally, senators will follow the party vote. That's how they create a voting bloc. And that
if you look at
in the US all the time.
Nope. If you look at the immigration bill, the one that was put forward standalone, and the one that was tied to Ukrainian and Israeli aid, you can see that it was I think Lagerfeld is his name. He's a Republican senator who wrote the bill, put forward the bill, spent 4 months talking to Biden and Democrats trying to get enough support behind the bill, and then when all was said and done, it was scuttled by Trump last minute. He's just like, don't vote for it. And half the guys are like, I'll keep voting for it. The other half are like, I'm not going to vote for it now. And that was the end of the bill.
And
And then, as I said, the infrastructure bill went through the exact same problem.
And if you and that happens exactly the same way in the Aussie Parliament and the British Parliament, where you'll have amendments written in the bill to gain support. Sometimes that will be internal to party to stop party revolt. Sometimes that will be partisan, cross-party agreements.
Except we
get a bill through.
We're seeing right now in Australia that a Labor senator has been is going to be either kicked out of the party or has faced serious repercussions because she didn't vote along party lines when it came to, I think, Palestine and Israel.
Yeah,
so it doesn't happen like that in the US.
You get some extremist views. I'm not saying that doesn't happen in Oz, and I'm not saying that couldn't happen in the UK, and I'm also not saying that couldn't happen in the US.
Well, it explicitly cannot happen in the US. The US system is set up so that a senator can vote for whatever the fuck they want, despite what party they're in, and face repercussions from the party, except for maybe the soft repercussions of, hey, we're not going to put forward any bill that you like, unless we like it too.
Or you don't get a job, or we're going to fight against your reselection because we'll campaign down at the state level or the county level, depending on what type of politician.
Yeah, which is exactly what would happen if it was an independent.
Or like like Bernie Sanders, who was a Democrat and then eventually got pushed out, and there are other independents that were Democrats or Republicans but got pushed by their party.
Well, I'm pretty sure with Bernie it was the other way, where he was
so hard. I mean,
he was always
what
an
we're basically
independent.
saying is the fact that parties will lobby to gain support for a vote within the member the Senate or the Parliament, the Commons. And if you go against if you go against the rub, that can cause friction. Most people toe the party line, hence we have the term towing the party line. And
except on every issue that I can name right now in the US. Like, Mitt Romney won't vote along Republican lines if it just blows out spending. I'm pretty sure he voted against Trump's tax bill. And then you have people like
exceptions, Dog.
And then you have this idea of repercussions. And then you have the repercussions for the senators. People like Joe Manchin aren't going to face repercussions from Democrats because he's the only person that can win that Senate race in West Virginia. There's no other Democrat that can do it, and they want to keep that out of Republican hands because bargaining with Joe Manchin is a lot better than bargaining with a diehard like MAGA Republican. Well, then there's no rule, champion. It's not a rule. It's maybe a general course that happens among some.
If there is no if the only time you have a rule is when there are 0 exceptions, are you fucking joking?
No, I'm saying that if you have exception after exception after exception after exception, maybe you don't have a rule. Maybe the rule is actually the opposite. That any major piece of legislation put forward in the United States will face some opposition from within party as well as outside of party, and it will need to be bargained within party and outside of party. And that's the rule. The rule isn't they vote along party lines to push legislation. And the rule definitely isn't that if you get elected, you can just pursue whatever agenda you want and actually manage to get it passed. You can only do that if you have a majority and if that majority agrees with you.
Majority. No one's saying that, dogs. And the way they get a majority is by people voting along party lines if you've got a majority in that house. The whole point of being part of a party is, broadly speaking, you share similar values.
Yeah.
I see this problem people seem to have where they think that a politician that can't achieve stuff should be booted out. It's wildly impractical. It means you just run through people all the time and no one can ever pass any legislation ever because you have a new face come into politics.
You've gone very quiet for some reason.
I think I'm connected to the car.
Yeah, you sound like you moved about 15 feet further from your mic. Again,
I was connected to it.
I'm not saying that you can't find exceptions, but the whole point of a rule is that that's generally how things work, not how it always works.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to pass legislation in the US, so I just don't see it happening the Trump's healthcare plan, it didn't pass because he couldn't find enough people. Even though the party spoke out saying they agreed with it, they just couldn't get it to work, and they couldn't find enough people to support it when they actually had a bill to put forward. Even though he had a majority for the first 2 years. And then it was the same with Obama when he put forward Obamacare. He had to slash heaps of provisions because he had to deal with the centrist Democrats as well as the Republicans to get Obamacare. Just the rule is that in the US, you have to do everything in your power to pass a bill, and there will be everyone that will want to fight with you about it. And it doesn't just fall in the line along party lines. That's why you can't just pass whatever the fuck you want when you've got a majority.
Perfect. Right.
So instead of who do you want, who do you think is going to be their
Kamala Harris.
candidate? You think she'll end up
Kamala-
candidate?
Yeah, 100%.
Why?
Because Joe Biden's already endorsed her, so she's got the incumbency advantage from him as well as the incumbency advantage from just being VP. And she inherits all of his funding. And she's younger than Trump and more dynamic than Trump. Like she can coherently string together sentences. That's really good.
Why does funding matter if they get elected? Like, I don't see I don't need their campaign. Like, no, we have the like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, just announce who you would like presidency. Like, what do you need funding for? Like, they're not doing rallies. Nobody goes to Biden rallies. Like, they don't do that. It's not a fucking wrestling match.
Every major swing state in every city in that swing state, and then even really large towns will have canvassing centers opening up, or will have party centers open up for Kamala Harris's campaign. That they've already been implemented by Joe Biden quite a bit, and Trump's lagging behind when it comes to that. But yeah, they need the funding for that. They need it for advertising. They need the funding for rallies if they want to hold rallies. There's all sorts of stuff that they need funding.
You don't think if they announce it, they'll get free advertising on a lot of the media sources that just want to break the story? You don't think any of that's useful either?
That can be useful as well, but that doesn't mean they don't need funding after that by Kamala Harris. And if there's already all that funding sitting there, it's cash in hand, then why doesn't she should inherit that? It'd be better if she inherited that. The only other way they could do it was send it to a super PAC potentially. Then that super PAC could do the advertising for Kamala Harris.
They have like 3 months. Like, how many weeks to till the election? Like, we just need to know who the fuck is going to be the president on the Democratic side. Like, who's the nominee? We got handed like it doesn't matter. Like, what do you need to convince somebody on whether they're going to vote Democrat or Republican? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So
it's a vote against Trump. That's all. That's all this is. That's all. No. That's all this is. It is a vote against Trump. Who the fuck are we voting against Trump? It's not going to be Kamala Harris. This is not a what are their ideals? We know what the fuck their ideals are. It ain't their ideals. It's the fucking Democratic Party's ideals. We're not voting for a fucking god. All right? Who the fuck are we voting against Trump?
Calm the fuck down and open your goddamn ears for a second, okay? You're getting so viciously upset about just incoherent bullshit. It's worthless. You're being worthless right now. Kamala Harris is going to be the nominee. We have to wait till the Democratic caucus announces her as a nominee before she's an official Democratic nominee. But right now she has Joe Biden behind her. She's the only one that said, I'm going to be the nominee with any sort of political influence behind her. There's no one else that has come. Pete Buttigieg hasn't, Gavin Newsom hasn't. No one else has said they want to be the nominee except for Kamala Harris. It's going to be her, so just deal with it and vote for her.
So we should vote for Trump is what you're saying. If no other buddy's going to stand up, why the fuck would I vote for Kamala?
Well, do you think
there's so many reasons?
Do you think that they're going to lose, and so why would they go up in a losing battle? They might as well wait till the next election and Or like if you
All
if,
it'll
you
take-
if you be- if you become the candidate and you lose, are you allowed to stay in as the, or does that mean you lose your job? Sort of thing. Does she
I
stay as the
haven't-
opposition?
No, she's yeah, she's just Kamala Harris. She can run for Senate if she wants after. If she runs for president and loses, she's just a normal citizen. She's not in government.
So
But,
she doesn't say the opposition leader. Someone else has to take her place. Or
Oh no, there's no opposition leader unless you're actually in government.
Oh.
Like unless she's a senator or she's voted in that house, then she can't be a leader of the Democrats at all. She's just maybe a figurehead at best.
oh, okay. Who would be their leader then? Like, I'm confused.
Probably Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer in the Senate or the House.
So they've
Depends
got to
if they
pick
have a
someone
majority.
else. Okay.
No, they don't have to. They don't have a leader as like a shadow
Like we
president
do.
or anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we have an
they don't have a-
opposition leader. They don't do that.
no. So
Okay.
their leader will just be whichever outspoken Democrat holds the most power, which will probably be Pelosi. Honestly, I don't know why people hate Kamala Harris. She's milquetoast maybe, but all her policies are in line with the good policies Biden was pushing. And I don't know, she's not insane. She doesn't have a history of doing insane shit. She's just a career politician who has good policies. You know what people should be talking about? Why is senile Trump still in? Why is he running? Why haven't they kicked him out and found someone that isn't senile?
I'm really annoyed that Biden's dropped out, actually. I had a whole set of memes called the Geriatric Wars.
Well, I'm sure the Russians really loved you for that. Good job. Putin is just so happy.
Well, I don't really care too much about Putin or Trump, to be fair. Apart
Oh,
from the
don't you?
fact their
That's
ability to blow up the world, that's about it.
Okay, so, well, Putin
So
must
is it-
love you, and by extension, Trump must love you, because all these geriatric memes, yeah, he's old, and yeah, he shouldn't have been running a campaign, but he's not fucking demented like Trump is. All the
So
memes
is
just
there
help
proof-
Trump.
Is there proof
No.
that Trump collided with Russians? I'm confused.
There's proof that Russians want Trump to win, and they spread misinformation on the internet at record rates every year. Like, that was part of the Russia investigation, was they found these troll farms that were spreading misinformation almost exclusively for Trump. And that's where a lot of the fake shit that you come across online, conspiracy theories, are coming from now. Like, X is just full of these bots. YouTube comments are full of these bots. And it's just using AI to make it look like a person. And they all fall in line with the same talking points. And pretty much all the time, these talking points are just fake as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I think, from my personal perspective, having been to the Ukraine and Russia and many of the stans, and getting kind of those local views, I don't like Putin. I think he's an evil little bastard.
Yeah.
He's got a huge record of suppression. It's not a democratic country, even though it pretends to be one. Fine. I mean,
Assassination.
I find the fact that he assassinated a lot of people, which isn't very cool. But I find the sort of Trump Biden thing, I found it kind of a little bit amusing, because you've got two people. Trump. If Trump wins, he'll be what, 78, 79 by the time he gets into office. And Biden's what, 81, 82, somewhere around that. These are people that should be fucking retired, not running one of the largest, or trying, being the figurehead or running, or however you want to phrase it, one of the most, if not the most powerful country in the world. I find it weird. In fact, it's almost Russian-esque. If you want to look at really old people running a country, in Russia, you kind of run it till you die.
Kind of. Trump was brought in just to destabilize the US. That's why Russia did it. And yeah, he won legitimately, but kind of not, because people were so influenced by, like,
Facebook memes at the time that they just voted for
Oh, yeah.
Trump because he wasn't Hillary, and Hillary was supposedly
He's a
some
demagogue.
evil, yeah. So he was brought in to do that. And since then, the only way that Democrats have been able to win were like, okay, well, we need to find someone with name recognition, someone that has generally like good demeanor with the people, and someone who's kind of like an older, goofier man. And all they could do was throw Biden at it. If they had have had someone younger and newer, Biden may not have run. He actually said he didn't want to run until he saw that it was potentially the only way to beat Trump. So Trump is the genesis for all of the fuckery in politics right now. In the US. There's a reason there was an assassination attempt. Actually, Putin's probably the genesis even more than that, because Putin inspired so many Americans in just a few states to vote for Trump. And maybe they wouldn't have done that if Putin had have spent millions of dollars on troll farms and everyone's so fucking gullible.
I had a Trumpite say, why do you dislike Trump? What have you got against him? And I said, I don't like the way he treats little old ladies in Scotland. There's a place in Aberdeenshire, and I'm originally from northeast Scotland. I consider myself Scottish British. And what he did to that was a lady who was in her 80s. She lost water she lost her water for over 5 years because the bastards building this golf course broke her pipes. He also tried to forcibly buy her property, the same as another farmer up there, and didn't like the fact that they said no, and then went out of his way using marketing, media, politics, local council to try and forcibly get their land. And thank God, these people were allowed to keep their land. Allowed to keep their land. That's what's so fucking wrong. Allowed to keep their land. Because he was trying to go through compulsory purchase.
I was surprised he got through. I thought Bernie Sanders up at that time? I thought
he was, but
I didn't know
Bernie's never polled above Bernie's never polled above like 25%. The Democrats have an open primary, so he just got voted out by the Democrats. And if not enough Democrats are going to vote for him in the primaries, then there's no indication that he'd actually win the presidential election.
And he's also too old. And he said that himself.
Yeah, that is.
And the other thing is, the problem you got with Bernie Sanders is that he's not a socialist. He's a communist, obviously. And the C word is like the death knell to any politician in the US.
What do you mean he's a communist?
That's how he's portrayed over there.
Oh, yeah,
that's
he's kind
the
of rhetoric.
That. I know it's ridiculous. I know it's stupid. In fact, one of my favorite things I like doing to sort of staunch sort of right wingers from the US, I said, you're talking, when I give them the Lockean liberal sort of, do you think everybody deserves equality of opportunity, or do you think everyone deserves equal outcomes? They go, oh no, equality of opportunity. So cool. And then I go, do you think that we should provide, everybody should contribute to their ability, and people should, receive what they need? Oh, yes. That's great. You just agreed that you're a liberal and a communist. But none of these bastards read, so that's pointless.
Oops, sorry. Well, the attempted assassination certainly livened things up for a bit.
Well, that's why I started the new popular movement, 2 inches to the right.
I've looked at all, there's only 2 main conspiracy more theories of more shooters, and I think it's quite possible for one guy to have done it, most likely.
Oh, no, he couldn't have done it. Not with that old rusty Italian rifle. Oh, shit, no, that was Kennedy.
It would be nice to have a cartridge count just to confirm, but beyond that,
I doubt there was more than one shooter. I think that's highly improbable, and there's not really any evidence for it. And the second thing I find weird is, wow, he got so close, but how did he get that close when he was saying, I'm thinking he was only, 140 yards away? And even with a red dot sight, it wouldn't be impossible or even that hard to hit, especially as he was actually range finding his distances. And the other thing is the type of gun that he was using. Fires a 223 round, it looks like a 16 or 18 inch barrel on it. Over that distance, it's kind of like the bullet hits where you're aiming. There's not really any drop you need to account for. So it's a very flat shooting round.
Only one was close. Some of them were up in the friggin' stand. Even though that wasn't that far away, I know when you're pointing a gun, but
first shot was closest, and then the rest started to scatter out. That's because he was firing rapidly, trying to hit the guy. And that's where you got the problem. If he'd actually taken 2 or 3 seconds to recenter himself and aim again, he probably would have hit a lot closer to target.
But apparently that policeman that spotted him had only just stuck his head over the top of the building just before he went to shoot. So he might have hurried him up and rushed him a little.
Yeah.
Just made him not slow down for the second and third, so he could have.
Trump was very lucky.
Affected it. Yeah. And I think there was a lax in security, probably getting worse and worse as time went by.
Well,
Or what do you want to call it?
I think as well, you have to negotiate with the local people you're working with, and if you kind of try and be a little bit too demanding, it kind of pisses people off. When I think the local police says, "Oh, we don't have the resources available to cover the rally. You need to sort that out," and they went, "No, you will cover it," and they went, "No, we won't. Fuck off." And the Secret Service and the close protection that would have been around Trump. That's where they establish a security perimeter, because they're defining the area that they're going to control. If you're outside the security perimeter, which that guy was, then you're not under the same sort of scrutiny as you would be if you were inside that security perimeter. Problem is they didn't.
No, and there was a
extend the perimeter
fence
far
there,
enough.
as in like a permanent fence. So I can
Yeah.
see why they made the area what they did. Was that a good idea? Probably not.
Well, it'd be
You can
interesting to
see
know what
why
those
they chose
buildings
the
were.
area. Sorry.
It'd be interesting to know what those buildings were, what company it belonged to, were they working that day? What was the rest sitting around it? Because
Of course, the other thing
Yeah.
you have to think about, how many men, again, did both sides have available, the Secret Service and the local police? Because you can say there should have been more Secret Service here, there, and there, but if they only had 4, then they had to use them in the best places that they could, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it was just a place that was never, 2 were never going to be enough. But he also scoped it out on the date, and he'd done it the date couple of years. So, cross between luck. I mean, he had bombs and things. So, it seems like he didn't do quite as much as what he might have thought he was able to do. I'm not sure.
Yeah, again, I think people, when shit goes down, people always look for someone to blame and excuses to be made because no one wants to be held responsible. So they're going to sort of like try and portray all the stuff he could have done. They're going to try and make sure that, hey, it wasn't my fault. That's natural human nature. Anyway, I've got to go and do some work.
Okay.
I'll catch you later.
See ya. Nice chatting.
Hello? Is anyone around? Testing. Working? There we go. What's going on? I had to update my phone. Completely disconnected me from everything. I posted that video in chat. Street epistemology versus derpism. And that's that guy who walked up and wanted to point at all the flat earth stuff and call it stupid, but also say, I'm not a monkey, I'm not a monkey.
Hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I pop in here all the time, and there's it seems like every pop in here, nobody's ever in here.
Well, you missed it yesterday. We had it was like 25 people here.
Well, I come in here, and Dan was hot micing a video. I can't watch it because I'm on PlayStation.
Right.
Sit and
What'd
listen
you
to
have
him
going
talk.
on yesterday?
Do what? What I do? Yes.
What'd you have? Yeah, you
Oh.
were MIA.
Nothing. Just playing Elden Ring. I beat Elden Ring now.
Oh, nice.
I had to beat it. I had never beat it yet. My boys have beat it like 5 times each. I've not beat it at all, so I had to beat it so I can play the DLC.
Yeah.
Now I'm ready.
When you get a chance, go watch that short that I did, Hurt Kermit.
That's it. Where you got it posted at?
I'll put it in open chat again. I'm proud of this
How long
one.
is it?
30 seconds.
Oh, you said short. That's right. I didn't. I forgot you said short. I was thinking. I just want to make sure we're like 15 videos.
Yeah, the video with the street epistemology one, that one is a longer one. It's like a full 10-minute video. But it's good. I got it subtitled and everything so you can hear the whole argument. Hurt Kermit is in the chat.
Yeah, I was over there yesterday at Earth Awakenings or what. I hadn't hardly said anything for a while, and so nobody wasn't talking about anything. And right when I started to speak, one of them other guys started to speak. But he started trying to mouthy saying that I interrupted him stuff, and I got
Yeah.
I don't talk that much over here, and I go to speak. I think that someone who talks continuously all the time could at least shut their mouth long enough to let someone talk that don't say that much.
Right? You think so? They don't.
And they never did. They didn't keep going on about it, but they also didn't say, well, it ain't. They acted like that. They acted like I was like said one word at the same time he said. And that was the first thing I'd said in 30 minutes. I left. I don't care much for that place. I just think a lot of times I go over just to hear the noise in the background, not to necessarily hear what they're talking about.
Right. Yeah,
That's why
sometimes I stop in to I'll go there just so I can have a goddamn conversation every once in a while, but you get there and it's so fucking hostile. It's like, yeah, this was a mistake.
They're also a bunch of them.
Yeah, that place used to be different. When Witsit was there nonstop, it was really, really different. I think it's gone downhill a lot.
watching your video. That was it. Was it the one with Kermit the Frog? Did I watch right?
Yeah.
So funny. I thought you could hear it playing. I had my phone up to my controller, but I guess
I was fucking dying with the memes in there. Fucking Kermit shooting up. Fucking great.
what made you do a Kermit the Frog? What's that all about?
I was playing music the other night in my stairwell, and I don't know, so I got a fucking wild hair in my ass. I just started doing the Kermit voice to hurt, and it worked. I was like dying laughing inside.
That was funny. Yeah, he sounds like he's got like a country accent, like I got sometimes when he says some of the words he says. Draws these words out like I do. Really.
Well, I'm gonna be starting at this injection place hopefully soon. I just had to call him back to the temp agency. I was like, so is there a reason I haven't been selected yet for any of the jobs? Like that injection one? I was like, oh well, that's the only one we have. And it looks through my notes that you were asking for 25 an hour. Like, yeah, I'll still take the shitty one, but you can continue looking for a better one in the meantime. Fuck. Didn't think I had to tell you to give me the job.
They thought because you listed a so much per hour that they thought not even alert you when something a little bit along, so give you
Yeah.
options.
Well, it's funny because like there's no jobs right now. It's really kind of crazy. I've been applying for like 3 weeks. I'm doing interviews and multiple temp agencies. This is through the third temp agency I've gone through, just trying to find a fucking position. God, this McDonald's smells like farts. Fucking hate it every time.
It's gross. That's like a horrible thought. Fart smell.
Yeah, some food just really does not smell good. Fucking Mexican food always smells great.
I like Mexican. One
I
of my
didn't like
favorite
Mexican
things
food
to eat.
until recently.
Did you not?
Yeah, I always felt like I was getting ripped off. Like, oh, what's this fucking rice and burrito? Like, fuck that. I want French fries. You know?
Right. And the kids go eat. Dip and meal we end up getting. I like it a lot.
I like enchiladas.
I'm in a castle, Dark Souls. It's actually a castle close to the beginning of the. I came back here walking around looking, and the demigod that stays here. But what he done would take peasants, simple people, and well, he would take warriors and graft their body parts on. So he had like 40 arms, you know, crazy looking guy, and he grafted body parts onto him, and he knew he does like in this game, everything is based off of the big tree. So, or not everything, but a lot of things are based off the big. So, think about it. In Horde, grafting is the thing. You can graft a tree onto. Well, in Elden Ring, they took that idea, but they allowed it to be done with people instead of trees.
Right.
So you can graft a body part on.
That's creepy.
Like you can't, the player can't, but the game world has it in.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty
Elden
cool.
Ring is. I can't believe how deep the game, man. The architecture in this game. All right, this game's supposed to. It follows several layers. It follows the evolutionary. It follows the layer of, instead of having periodic table, it has colors, but the colors all represent aspects of things. So like red represents not just fire, but like heat and energy, and, like vigor, and blue represents like calmness and thought and stuff. But it plays over in objects. So if you have an object that may be a certain color, that hue and that what gives that object its properties. That's what might allow you to get 10% extra damage absorption, because it might be a certain color with a. So that is the whole periodic table, but colors and hues instead of elements. When you walk around in the game world, like the ancient dragons in this game are supposed to be the dinosaurs in our world. They evolved, and you can actually see different dragons, and the newer that evolved from the older are you get them after you kill them. They got feathers of their wings, but they're not covered in feathers. They have just began to evolve feathers, and then you find a talisman that comes from a bird, and it says that the modern day birds are evolved from ancient dragons of the long distant past, or something like that.
That's
so
cool.
it's using evolution, and when you walk around, you can find like places where a city was built, and you find the ruins, but it's so rock, like either a volcanic eruption, like like times are supposed to pass, and they put it all in the game. If you have an archaeological mind, you can walk around and actual archaeological investigation Ring, and everything they done such a good that you can literally do archaeological stuff in this game and follow clues and stuff, and there's videos on YouTube about it where it's so where FromSoft took it to that level. It's insane how far they took on their world building. They pulled a things, like how guy that wrote Lord of the Rings, how he wrote like all the different stuff, worlds, he wrote languages.
Right.
So that's basically what Elden Ring did. They went about 5 levels that, and they also done it visually instead of. This game is a masterpiece. I have to say, this game is not just play wise, but the actual world itself and the way it's built. From software really did take the time to produce a game that is unlike anything as far as visuals and stuff like that.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings, like he wrote those stories just so he had a place for the languages to be. His real interest was writing languages.
See, that's what Elden Ring had Martin, George to write the lore for Elden Ring. He didn't write the story. The story that we play as the character was created by From Software that made the game. What Martin did is he just wrote the entire lore world that we're on, for like back for millions of years all the way through what would have went kings, what would have empires, what would fail, what would have happened, all the different things. He wrote the entire lore for Elden Ring, and they said that the book is like in big but they didn't release it. You can't read this book. This book is locked up in Saki's house. Your lock and key, and no one is allowed to read it because it's, they don't want spoilers to get
That's
out because
crazy.
they might make future games. And if you have a super depth lore book wrote by an incredible, because you might be able to use that to create more games down the road, and you don't want those secrets to get out before they do. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That people pay a lot for that book.
Yeah, I would love to get. Nobody's allowed to read it. They won't. So then that means that the only way that in the game things that we know about the game, and I'm not talking about fighting style. I'm talking about like we know that there were ancient trees in the past that grew and died, and another one took its place. We know that the dragons lived their heyday so long ago they actually evolved into birds so we know that the world has been, but the only way to find this out in this game is to actually go and investigation. But when you do, it always, everything always matches and lays out so beautifully together that you can expect, if you go somewhere, find, say, a building that is not where it's supposed to be, completely like, what in the world? Stone building doing plumb. Then when you start looking around, cover an entire story entirely by visuals, but you uncover an entire story about what went on, caused that building to, and why that faction or that group done what they done to have that, for it to end up like it. And you can actually investigate it and see the story, and the story entirely written out. And the whole game's like that.
Yeah, I'll have to get the game eventually. Give it a shot.
I want to post a couple of these videos that way if anybody's listening. Anybody else is on here listening, interested in watching. Some of these videos are well worth watching.
Crazy. I can work like 8, 10 hours doing DoorDash without breaking a sweat. Fucking stick me in a factory and I start squirming after 2 hours. Hope I'll have internet access at this place.
You do or you don't?
I hope I do. I don't
Oh,
know if
okay.
they're I don't know if the some of these places their metal roofs really fuck with cell service.
Right. This video I'm posting right now is a really good video to watch about the how the Elden Ring the DLC and how Elden Ring done the underworld and basically how they played hell, how they did the underworld. And they yet again they done an incredible super deep deal where stupidly deep on how far it goes down the rabbit hole that you can actually follow in the game as far as craziness things. It's definitely, if you don't play the game, it's really interesting just to watch some of these guys that talk about this stuff. Just because FromSoft done such a good job creating this game. It's definitely fun to watch it, I think. So, what do you think about the the former future second term P man? What I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say. What do you think about what went on with him?
You talking about Trump?
Yeah.
Is there a recent change? What do you mean?
No, I'm just saying, like, think that boy acted alone, or is there any more to it?
Oh, yeah, no, I think he acted alone. I think there's no reason why he couldn't have. I think the Secret Service blunder probably happened from them being taxed constantly doing these rallies for him. Like, imagine how many rallies he does, right? And we don't ever think about it, but they set up and have to do that whole thing every fucking place he goes. And I imagine you do that enough times, you're going to get lax on a couple things and people are going to slip through.
Right. Yeah, you definitely, especially when they ain't nothing, nobody's made an attempt in as long as it's been.
Yeah.
You know, you start, and it's Donald Trump, you think everybody loves him, and you start to think, well, nobody really actually, and I think you're right. I think people start to get lapsed on just out of human nature. I mean, it's just human nature,
Yeah.
And then something like this happens. I was watching the head of that woman, the head of she was in front of Congress today. I was watching that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they was grilling her about why why things happen the way they happen.
Right.
It's on YouTube. It was live. I don't know if it's still on or not, but it was. It's something you could definitely just listen to, DoorDashing or something, because there's no visuals to it. It's all listening.
I'll have to find that later. Yeah, I found this really good like 3D model that somebody made where it shows like all the trajectories and it really answers a lot of those questions, like how did the bullet go down to Trump and up to the person in the back. It's like, no, it actually doesn't when you look at the the elevations of things.
You see that telehandler? One of the bullets hit one of the hydraulic fittings on that telehandler.
Yes,
that was sitting there, that was hanging it.
I saw that the first day before the 3D model was made, and I was like, "Holy shit!" You can see like there's a big old spray coming off. Must have been a ricochet or something like that. And it was like one of the bullets that went and either missed the people or went through the liver or whatever. The one dude, yeah, fucking hit the hydraulic jack, and that thing just started crumbling down.
Going down, spraying everywhere. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah, so it's like, is that
Yep.
also added to the fake?
Imagine if that would have caught on fire. Has it sprayed
Right.
big old flash of like flame?
Pick up for Stephanie. Thank you. They wanted to send me to PetSmart for $19 order. That motherfucker was gonna send me like 30 minutes north. It's like, are you joking, right? That would make
No,
me only make $20 an hour. Like, I can't.
surely they don't think they want to go on a trip or on a 30-minute trip, $2 worth of food, about a $2 tip.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's like, you guys got to tip more. Like, if you want me to drive way the fuck up to you, you're gonna have to pay more. Like, I can't just break even because you want to eat. Like, I have to make money doing this. God, I'll have to show you the video. Didn't make it all the way yet, but I recorded it. This fucking mansion I went to, I had to drive 20 minutes to get there with only $2 on it. It was like, somehow they got away with DoorDash just giving me $2 for like full, like 17-mile long trip or whatever. And I get there, there's no fucking tip, and this place is a goddamn mansion. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I know, right? How did they
It's
get away with it? Start with, how did they that order to go through? Order
I don't
so
know.
much or something. Like, I thought
just
there was like a
fucked.
limit, had to, a minimum to order, or can you just order?
There
whatever?
is. DoorDash is supposed to get like, I only get it's really weird. It'll show you how much gas is, and it'll fluctuate, but they only give you like $2 for every delivery to cover the gas, and that will increase for every 10 miles. So every 10 miles, you get an extra $2. So if you go 30 miles out, that's only a $6 base pay from DoorDash.
That's
And when I used to DoorDash before, I was making half and half. Like, I made $600, 300 of it was tips, the other 300 was DoorDash pay. Now, if I make $600, 200 of it is DoorDash pay, and the other 4 is tips. It's really kind of interesting how it's changed in 2 years. This homeless guy in town here, I really want to interview. I haven't seen him yet today. Stephanie. Here we go. Famous Dave. Another rocket. I love that when I get into this flow where I drop off the order, and by the time I get back into my car, they're already sending me another one. Ooh, I want to get one of those things. I want to go and the vehicle. God damn it! I gotta take this. Hold on. God damn it, that sucks. Fucking opened up a stupid Home Depot account, and I got this tool, and I tried to go and return it. And when I went there, they're like, Home Depot's got the hassle-free returns. When I go to return, they're like, we can't even see that you made a purchase on your account. But I've got a fucking past due account now with the Citibank card. It's like, there's definitely a charge on there. Like, what the fuck? I can't find the receipt for the goddamn thing either. Hopefully my sleeping gets better now that I've successfully weaned myself off of kratom. They got the address right. Sweet. There we go. That's how it's done. You gotta do it at fucking lunchtime. Great spot. If I'd taken that PetSmart delivery for $20, I'd still be driving back. I just made $20 on this delivery here to a fucking dealership. Whenever you get like the nice big catering jobs, they always tip you good. I'm still in town. Rock the shit. Figure out how to come up with money for a bankruptcy, though. So, I am not going to be able to continue the way I have been. Mac and Don's Papa Place.
Everybody, like, everybody just.
What's that?
Now you said a bunch of people was on. I ain't seen nobody on.
You just cut up. God damn it.
I said it seems like. Time I come on here.
Yeah. Like the time frame people have been coming on has slowly changed. People start showing up around noonish, 1 p.m. though. Taki's usually on here 3 times a day in the morning, and then she'll come on later, and then after 10 or whatever. Give me a McDonald's $5 meal, bro. Hungry little boy. I just got to watch It Part 1 and 2 over the last like 3 days or whatever. Not yesterday, but the 2 days before that. Each night we did dinner. I played for the first one and the second one. Kids didn't get to see them when they came out because they were still pretty young. And that movie's kind of fucking intense. But last night I got to play them the Cube. Have you ever seen that movie?
Not yet, no.
Yeah, it's like 1998. Really well done. These people wake up and they're like inside of the Tesseract, and they don't know how they got there. And there's like booby traps and shit. It's fucking really good. Very gory.
I want to go watch that movie.
Which one you cut out?
Long Legs.
Oh yeah. I still haven't seen the trailer for it. I know you're saying it, but have not watched it.
I want to take a picture and post it in the chat of the first thing you see when you enter the DLC this game. So give me just a second. I'm gonna post it in the chat. I want you to look at it.
Man. But a Tesla's always got to park next to me. I don't want a fucking
Oh,
Tesla.
did they get stuck beside one?
I used to have this real shitty car when I was working at Polaris. Like my hood was all fucking dented in, and I had to get it replaced because I hit a deer and shit. And like the car is just trash. And this motherfucker would always park right next to me. It's like, can you not? Like, it just makes it so glaringly obvious how much trashier my car is. Funny.
That picture I posted, I'm in the hell. The queen of the other regular world put a veil over this area, and that turned it to like a dark world, but it's hell. And that tree is the shadow of the Erd tree, of the big golden tree. That's the shadow of that golden tree. Now think about that and try to figure out in 4-dimensional space how that tree that I'm looking at be the shadow of the other tree in living world, instead of the world of the dead.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna drop this few off and I'll take a look.
And I'm talking slow, so and maybe it won't cut out as bad.
Yeah, I got all the way through without hearing it cut out. I don't know why it must be like a gain issue. Because like if you talk at the same cadence, it must be like slowly raising the gain or dropping it or whatever, adjusting it so you end up getting
Well, it's like the
For Jacob?
Bluetooth drops connection sometimes. I think that like my signal is blocked by my legs or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a gain issue. It's like it'll clip you in the middle of your sentence, Fucking weird.
Yeah.
Take a look here. So the dark thing is just the shadow of the tree coming through
Yeah,
into the world?
It's an actual tree. You gotta go to it and stand underneath it, everything. It's an actual tree. But since I'm in basically hell, I'm in the actually it's part of the regular world. But since Queen Marika, the god, laid the veil over top of this part of the world, it turned it into basically the underworld, the dark world. And you can see the veil over that picture. You can see the veil in the sky over the tree. That's the veil that we're under. The light world, the world of the living, can't see this area no more. It's like it's invisible to them. That veil made it invisible, but basically it turned. But anyway, so the tree is an actual tree. You can walk up to it, you can stand under it, and everything else. But you got to imagine the underworld flipped upside down when she laid the veil over. So if you picture the surface of water, the living world would be standing on the surface, growing up toward the sky. The world of the dead would be on that same surface, but they would be under the surface instead of on the surface, and they would be growing in the opposite direction, like down into the water, but the surface to them would be the ground, just like to us it would be the ground. They're growing, they're standing upside down compared to us, but it's because they're in a different dimensional plane. So it's like it's the same reality, only reality has been flipped upside down. But you don't know it when you're here because it feels like you're just in a normal part of like everywhere else. But it's really crazy the way they made it work. And that's why it's the shadow. Because if you picture the tree growing up in the world of the living, it's growing down in the exact opposite direction, but the roots are in the same place in the underworld. But it's called the shadow of the Erd tree because it's like the Erd tree casts the shadow through the veil, but that shadow, instead of being a flat shadow, since it's in a higher dimension, it's an actual object.
That Mr. Gary Y fucking Benga, and he just left. He doesn't like video game talk.
You, Gary,
Yeah.
you ought to know that we wouldn't talk about it, but just like a minute or two. Maybe he'll come back.
I didn't even hear him come in. I got Unigun's model to work in the website now. Pretty cool looking. Have you played around with this scrollable model yet? Shows you things at scale.
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Post.
I may have. Is it? I probably have. I just ain't remembering it. Like if I saw it, I'd no doubt. Trying to remember what kind of model it was for.
It's a 2D representation of like a cutaway of the Earth. You see like the surface, the mantle, the core, and then you have like things like Mount Everest and the Black Swan and the height of the ISS, the Hubble, and all that, and like its size relative to the moon and the sun. It's really cool. Oh, god damn. Let's not T-bone somebody else. I can't afford it. Yeah, where is everyone? Somebody's got to play something. Usually Dan's in here playing the Jaredism video or something. Fucking A. Then go fuck a B. Got a couple intersections around here where you just literally can't get out if there's traffic coming and it doesn't slow down. We're coming to this Arby's. This is one of my first jobs. My boss is still working here.
Back at your old
Mm-hmm.
work at? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Are you delivering food? Are you delivering to them?
Yeah, picking up from them. And it's just weird seeing that old manager, Richard,
Right.
still working here.
That's
Still
what I
the
was
same
wondering.
old weirdo.
What I was wondering if it was someplace you used to work because I didn't. You probably said that and I didn't say it.
Yeah,
But,
it's one of my first jobs working at Arby's. Oh, it took a matter of time. I knew it's eventually going to get a lemon. Picked up this order, and then it tells me it's 19 minutes. Getting smarter, DoorDash. What the fuck was that? No rockers.
the
What's
hell
up, Dan?
we're doing? Sean's just
What?
talking to us right now. What you and I are doing? You and I haven't talked about whatever Sean's just saying live.
What's he saying?
I'll back it up. Hang on. This is 3 minutes ago.
Like, share this one, let everyone know as well. I appreciate everyone for being here. Again, you guys have no idea how loving being back. And it's because of you guys that are here. Guys, people that are joining my fucking panel, you guys have no idea how much help you are to me. Just keeping this going. I'm loving it. Jose, you joining me, joining the chat. I hope you'll join the panel. So everyone, it's just not a name.
I mean, I wasn't watching. I just logged on and he was saying my name and your name.
Thank you for always here.
Right here.
What's he
right
saying about him? I can't hear.
He's about to say it.
And yeah, I enjoy every fucking part of it. Talking to her makes everything fun. So thank you, Tex. Sean, you've been here forever, man. So you have no idea how much I appreciate you coming back and involving yourself in the conversation. Travis, I'm happy we reconnected, my friend. And hopefully that we can have some more conversations about things and stay away from the drama that we used to have. Because, like I said before, I do prefer what we got now, my friend. We can have many, many, many conversations. All right, guys, I think that is it. There's a few things I wanted to say about go look out for. If you don't know Dan, I know you're living under a fucking rock with Dan Waterman. I know he is starting his like the street thing he used to do. He's starting that back up out in California. Mr. Shard is basically doing a lot of the producing for that. So we'll be showing on Friday, I think it is. Friday, I'm not sure what time. I'll probably know more on later streams and let you guys know, but just so you know, look out for that. But yeah, Dan Waterman is back to doing his little street thing for Flat Earth, and you can watch him do his thing live on MMM on the YouTube. I know you can see everything, but I think how he's setting it up. We had this last Friday. This Friday, I think the way he's setting it up. So if you want to talk to Dan while he's on the street talking to somebody else, or if you want to talk to the person that Dan is talking to, you come to Discord, and on Discord, you'll be able to interact with them as well. So it's not going to just be a listen thing; it's going to be an interaction thing. So that's going to be pretty badass. I'm not sure how much I'll be able to be interacting. I do know I'm going to be helping out, so I'll kind of be behind the scenes and stuff. But yeah, if you want to be involved, you want to, hey.
Yeah, we should get involved, huh, Demon?
Is this his current live stream, or is this from a while ago where he was promoting our thing we were doing?
It's right now. Right now.
Okay.
3 minutes ago. He's asking other people to participate in something we don't even know about.
Well, yeah, I think because we had talked about doing it like once a month, you might think that we already had it planned for next week.
Well, we'll have to do at least a sound check to keep him happy.
Yeah.
Again, I am not about promoting Flat Earth in that respect. I don't want to make Flat Earth. To me, that's not a good thing. But I do think that everyone has.
It's funny, at night with his blur, he's very intimidating and very awesome looking. And here he looks kind of silly.
The ability and right to go
without the
do what
blur.
they want. And if that is show people that they don't have a good understanding, then hey, it's now also an opportunity, right? You don't have to just watch it.
Yeah, I took that. I cut out that interview thing and I put subtitles on it now.
Can you whip me links to anything?
Yeah, hold on.
If you have something, you have an opportunity to be a Glober involved in that, talking to someone who has zero clue about this fucking topic, right? So
I'm just getting more passwords because really the better announcement for me right now is the Flat Earth channel, but okay. And he didn't mention Flat Earth Hollywood anyway. He didn't even mention the name of the show.
I don't know if he knows the name of it.
All right, we're gonna have to play with a lot of video feeds to the TV and stuff, and testing all the batteries on that. So we got a lot to play with on that. Because right now I think I can roll out of here with Discord running on a big screen.
That'd be cool.
So if I get down there and get any Wi-Fi, that'd be nice. Otherwise, I'll have to hotspot maybe.
Will there be more on that? I'll have more information. That is something that I just realized was being scheduled for Friday today. So I am limited on
Today?
information, but
Today's Monday.
See, that's what I'm thinking. It might be an old stream.
Doesn't look like it though. It says live.
I will definitely give you guys more for that when I get out here, because you know how I roll. I just start fucking ranting otherwise.
Well, he might be live, but it might be a different video you're watching. Because whenever we're live, if you watch a short or anything like that, it says live on the
It says
logo.
One watching now 3 hours ago. Let me go to the beginning and
There,
see what he opens with.
sky's the limit, so to speak.
It says 3 hours ago.
To be honest, the only cult.
It was a 3 hour broadcast.
I know.
It just ended.
Let me rephrase that. The only I know of a lot of cults, obviously, but the only like
Yeah, definitely right now. Okay. Oh no, she went live. Oh good, she's not live anymore. I gotta get some of the Eric Dubé off of this Flat Earth channel, but on here I reworked your stuff. I pushed you on top of Geo.
Cool.
And included your QR code and this stuff here. So this is a dedicated page for you. You could put anything you want here. And you could practice shooting that QR code with your phone and see what happens.
I use the AI thing.
Oops, I gotta capitalize that M. Posts. Pages posts.
Yeah.
All right, those links seem to be working, so that's good. What's this horseshit you keep talking about in the Science Channel? Let's look at it.
Yeah, definitely.
Bacon maps. That's like you could have a world map come up of where to get bacon from any point on Earth. You know. Okay, I'm sure this is explaining it. Use scroll wheel or pinch to zoom. With a mouse, aim where you want to zoom from.
Yeah, point the mouse at the top where it says like at the mantle, like zoom out a little bit and then reposition the mouse so that it's at the crust at the top.
It doesn't mouse for me. Like, see the arrow I have here? it got dropped down here and it loses its communication as far as I can tell. Oh no, it zooms
Weird.
in on that. Yeah, it zooms in on wherever you are.
Yeah. And you can see like at the very top of it, he's got like Mount Everest and stuff, and that's the scale of the moon versus it, and then he's got the actual distances for everything. If you scroll all the way out.
I can't get to the top though for some reason.
You gotta zoom out so that the whole thing's visible, and then put your cursor over the very top of it.
I can't. I can't get on top of it.
You're putting your mouse all the way at the top.
No.
There you go.
You're right.
Yeah. So wherever you have to like keep moving your mouse to keep it in the position, or if you put the crosshairs directly on that. Yeah. Yeah. The great thing off to the right, that's the size comparison to the sun, and then he's actually got the sun all the way out, and it's to scale position off to the left.
It's pretty hard to operate. I got news for you.
Yeah, I think it's your mouse.
I don't.
I got a nice gaming mouse that you can like click it so that the scroll wheel either like
Super.
it either goes click by click, or it just like you can like zoom scroll with it.
Still, I find it super unintuitive. Like,
Works pretty good on the phone too.
yeah, it's not doing much for me. I can't really manipulate it very well. I can't get to see the Everest thing. I've been trying.
Yeah.
I keep trying and I can't get near it. So, I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
It's where you're pointing the mouse at and zooming.
But I can't adjust up or down. I'm stuck.
No, you can't move up or down. You can only zoom in to where your cursor is. So if you zoom in past the position you need to look at, you need to zoom back out and bring your mouse up or down or whatever. Be nice if you could just grab it and drag it, but I don't think you can do it with the way it's set up. That was annoying because I kept trying to embed that thing and it would never show up until he gave me a little block of code to throw in there.
Oh, there's something. When you go to the main page, it looks like all this crap is for sale. You know, mugs, hats, shirts. Nobody gives a shit about that. Like, especially on top, you know, like those are menu opportunities I think you're squandering. For instance, if I'm looking for, well, I guess the current live stream's here, but it's not in menu. You know, like going to the live is not in the menu. It is on the screen.
It should be in the problem is there's no static URL for YouTube. So every time I start a live stream, I have to fucking embed it into the website through the software. And that's fucking annoying. Rumble actually has a static URL. I'll probably just end up using that one instead.
Are you sure though? If I go to, let's see, I'm going to go to your channel to show you. If I go to your channel,
it's not streaming properly right now because the one bot fell out, so I don't think there's any audio.
Right, but if I go to your main channel and look at this link, in other words, this might be a link, so whatever's live ends up coming up. Maybe not. Maybe you're right.
Well, on the YouTube page, it usually has the live stream on top of the page, but there's no way to embed a box into the website that's just be like, all right, the current live stream will show up here. Rumble has that ability, but YouTube just won't. It's really annoying. But there is a live stream menu option, I believe.
So have you played the Flat Earth Hollywood thing yet? Should I play it now? Where is it?
I put it in the chat.
Put it in chat. Do you want me to play that?
Yeah, go for it.
I look like a fucking mad scientist. I do. I really do.
But science does. Science knows how old the Earth is.
No. Listen, science, they don't know anything when it comes to when it comes to the truth. They put up random numbers. They have figured out of the how to say what's it called, DMC.
Hold on. You just appealed to science, to proving that the Earth was round, and we've had all this science for all these thousands of years, and now you're saying you can't trust science? Good job, buddy.
You cannot always trust science. Of course, some of the things that science says. That's right.
Agrees with you, right?
You need an extended warranty, my friend. You need extended warranty. Well, that was nice. So you did a prelim sort of leader.
Yeah.
And then you're going to talk your way into it?
Yep.
Cool. I need all that kind of graphic shit for the Flat Earth channel now.
Yeah, I have to get video bolts again, but once I do, we can make a bunch of clips. Gotta make some for Sean too.
What's your reasoning for believing you live on a globe?
This guy is a classic walk-up, though. He really is.
You have that proof? Have you ever tested any of
I am sure that I am not too sure
of that yourself? Have you ever done any experiments, or you just believe when they say the thing?
I think the problem is here that you are kind of a group that likes to be very interesting and try to get so much attention. You are really attention makers.
Well, I'm a glober, and I know it's a globe. And at no point am I appealing to the fact that there's all of this evidence. I can point to specific reasons as to why it's a globe. Okay, but is there what
why are you so obsessed about? But why are you so obsessed about this subject? Why don't you see it? It doesn't matter if it's flat or if it's round. It's something that you're really, you're just trying to be different.
Oh, no, I'm a glober. I believe it's a globe. But I have good reasons for why it's a globe, and it doesn't seem like you do. I'm interested in that.
So you believe that
there's that fucking thump noise in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill the bass.
So what if we just
it goes away.
Well,
yeah.
If we just want to say we believe the thing because you've got a lot of people that say one thing. I mean, that's a fallacy in itself. Ad populum, I believe. But what reason do you have for believing yourself?
But you understand why you believe? Believe like culture, different families, different things, different countries, different things. Religion is crazy. Everyone has a different one. Why isn't everyone like? I think you have crazy.
I went through and I stripped the audio and I tried doing noise reduction techniques and leveling on it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always so noisy out there. It's really hard to deal with.
Yeah.
you know, yeah. Some people, some people,
I'm not paying attention. That's the problem. I'm looking away. I'm thinking of something else.
I want to change it because I think they're already sucked up. I think they're already.
You give me the key though to this whole argument here. When you bring up the age of the Earth, it was like fucking bingo bango, nailed it. All of you.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking I am smart, I am clever, but I like to ask you questions because they have different answers, and sometimes they have bad answers. Okay. And I think science has bad answers. Okay.
But science is just, you know, it's
honest science. But money science is different.
Clearly, that's a lot of different pens to handle. I mean, you can see the struggling.
Like you need more pens.
But also to your brain works. Not everyone occupies it. They're busy with sports, family, and a job, and sex. Yeah, following that's what they need for. I think that is the problem. They in school they teach you what to think, not how you think.
Even though I was I think two projects life
How do you do that? Bible is that.
You know, I just think it's true. Like, you know, like my favorite is on a fire. And it could be like water or something else.
But so you measure the Bible yours.
No. I'm just only what this Bible don't tell us.
How old is the earth?
I don't know.
But science does. Science knows how old the earth is.
No. Listen,
Really?
science, they don't know anything when it comes to it.
Oh, that was nice the way I slipped out of there backwards. Watch that.
How old the earth is.
No. Listen,
Really?
science, they don't know anything
Bye.
when it comes to it. When it comes to the truth, they put up random numbers. They have figured out of the how to say what's it called, DFC, cold
Hold on. You just appealed to science, to proving that the earth was round, and we've had all this science for all these thousands of years, and now you're saying you can't trust science? Good job, buddy.
You cannot always trust science. Of course, some of the things that science says, that's right.
Agrees with you, right?
And
If it's agreeing with you, then you can't
science, when it comes to doctors, helping people to get better, to get healed, that kind of science you can trust. A long distance.
What's the difference? They both are. So hold on. If they're both applying the scientific method, right? What is wrong with science? And it's not the science being applied; it's people doing whatever they want with it. If you want to say science can be wrong in one instance, wrong in every instance.
Because there's a difference between if you have the subject about astronomy, then a lot of this is like guessing, Chris Gamble, something about what we believe is out in outer space. But when it comes to humans, we are the masters of knowing not more than God, I think. But we are really good at figure out how other people work and how they think. And
they figured out that we evolved over the course of our lifespan here on Earth.
Yeah.
So you agree with evolution, right?
Maybe in a way, maybe some of the evolution is right, but in a long distance, no. I don't believe in evolution. I'm not a monkey. If you want to be a monkey, fine with me.
Just some of the evolution is right.
A straw man fallacy.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say you didn't evolve from a monkey,
he's likable. This guy's not being a jerk,
No, he was fun.
Neither does evolution.
He's definitely listening to what you say. Most people are so busy making statements that aren't really there. This guy's definitely open to hearing things.
I don't know,
You can sort of see the pain on his face when he has to recontemplate.
Yeah.
People say, okay, if you deep dive,
Don't make me contemplate things, damn it.
If you deep dive,
I had ideas before I got here, my friend.
Is that there was a kind of a monkey humans, like, for many years ago, they were maybe more close to the monkeys than there was to the human, and so they developed from there.
Do you believe in paternity tests? So, like, if you got a girl pregnant, do you think that they could test to see if you are the father?
I believe in DNA in a way, yeah.
Okay, so they use that same test to determine that we are related to monkeys. Now you disagree with science.
But we are also very similar to pigs.
Yeah, but we're not.
I mean, that wasn't a bad rebuttal.
I mean,
That's close.
It wasn't a bad answer.
They're not the closest relative. It's a great.
They were words.
Relative, not monkeys. So when you say monkeys, that's somebody usually in a biblical pastor setting trying to make a straw man fallacy of an argument that they don't agree with.
But I still believe that I'm a human. I'm not an ape. I'm not, I don't come from kind of a
I don't know.
half ape family. But half the monkey family. Maybe you are, but I'm not. So
you're not.
He makes good faces, this guy. I love that image right there.
You're not that much different from the man standing to your left. In the same fashion, you would say, I'm not on a glober, regardless of what you say.
Good night.
He turned to me and he's like, this could go on forever, he said.
Yeah.
long outros you have.
Yeah.
What long outros you have. See, even here, you didn't plug Flat Earth Hollywood here at all.
The thumbnail has it.
Right.
I thought the banner at the bottom had the stuff too. Yeah, we need to make an intro, outro for the Flat Earth Hollywood stuff. Like I got for the MMM intro.
Yeah.
Gotta find the right music and get video bolt again. That software's awesome.
I'd like to tear them to pieces. Address. It's not. What happened? Where was I just watching your stuff? I wonder if we're getting links through here these days. It looks like it, right?
External links.
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Hey, look, terrible audio.
Yeah.
Really? Like, have you ever seen a comment that says, I really enjoyed your audio clarity?
Yeah.
I couldn't help but notice I liked your shoes. I mean, like, people are so busy picking on shit, you'll never get a compliment.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that we got a complaint, I mean, that's positive, even though it's a negative. They at least took the time out to type in the chat.
It won't let me download this. Is it because of copyright? Because of the music?
No, it's because it's on my channel. You can only download stuff from your own channel.
No, but I mean, even when I use an external program, it didn't want to do it here.
Really?
Well, this one, maybe this one stopped working. Oh no, here it goes. Okay, so download this to 720, and I can re-upload that to Flat Earth Hollywood.
Yeah, I got another one. The first interview, I think Chris is doing it. When you guys are outside the theater, I'll try and throw that over to you later. Hey, gonna pick up for Matt. Awesome. All right. Oh, this dude is getting hammered today for sure. I really feel like customer service has kind of gone out the window. Like a lot of businesses I go in nowadays, like even when I'm not door dashing, I'm just a customer. People are like annoyed to have to interact.
Yeah, no please, no thank you. And I was surprised once when the customer at a drive-through didn't thank me, and somebody reminded me that that person working there had probably never been anywhere with
Mhm.
class. So they have no fucking idea what I'm even talking about. Like not a chance. You know,
Yeah.
like because they've never been welcomed properly in a restaurant. You know,
It's
they've
like
never
smaller
been.
businesses too. Like it feels like they're like, I don't know, they're nudie. Really weird. Almost got like the feeling of like buy something or get the fuck out. Don't make me talk to you. Ugh. Well, where the fuck is everyone? Monday, middle of the day. Surprised Osco still hasn't come back yet.
I totally was thinking about that yesterday, and I'm like, God, there's definitely a bitter taste, or he'd cruise around. You know, he might be too lazy to cruise around. He might just, be comfortable, somewhere and not worry about it. Discord is Discord to him because he's doing other things anyway.
Right.
Okay, so this needs to say, what's the fucking date of this? July 12th, 2024. Posted by Mr. From the whoops. Oh, so it's going to copyright strike me anyway, isn't it?
For what?
Putting your video on my page.
It might. I don't think I've added you to the whitelist, but I can do that later. And then just remind me, I'll try and find that on the studio thing. And then I can throw a link to the Flat Earth Hollywood in the description of that video too.
No issues found, it says. Should I make a premiere?
Never found the need for those. Like, what is it? It makes it so people can't just skip forward on it.
No, it's because you have live chat during it. People could ask questions and stuff. So, oh, what just happened?
It is crazy how many applications I fill out, and there's nothing. Nothing returned. Fuck me, god damn it, I thought I made that payment. What's up, Jay?
Not much. Just got done munching on some stuff, and now I'm gonna have to go out and finish working on the car shortly.
What's wrong with it?
It well, Friday on the way to work, it died a couple times in the stop signs and whatnot, and so I had to start left foot braking it so I could keep the RPMs up. And then on the way home, it died on the freeway when I got into kind of stop and go and was coasting along. I hit the brakes a little bit and nope, that's it, shut off. And and later another stretch, I could see the RPMs kind of fluctuating, and it would spike a couple hundred RPMs every now and then. So thinking it's probably the ignition control module, so I changed that. And now I got to go back out and finish hooking up spark plug wires and take it for a drive.
Do you stay home from work because of it?
No, Monday is my normal day off.
Oh.
Yeah, so my priority, of course, Saturday was, going camping. And got the stuff Friday and got home. I'm like, the engine's hot. I'm not dealing with this crap. And packed up my stuff, and Saturday went up to a lake up in the mountains. And
cool.
And yesterday I was too tired to deal with much, so I got most of it done, but I was just kind of like, I'm just groggy. I don't want to do crap. So now I got to go out and finish hooking up the plug wires.
I tell you what,
Cut out, Cole.
I said, boy, I tell you what,
What's going on?
Complaining about it being hot. Spark plug wires back on. Never mind, guys. The joke's gone.
Yeah, you're
Carry on with the conversation.
well, you're kind of cutting in and out, so I couldn't really hear what you were saying.
Your gaming addiction is ruining your comedy, Cole. You need to get your priorities straight.
Yep.
So, Mr. Stride, do you like how your YouTube bricks are making everything CGI proof or proof of CGI?
Oh, whenever somebody's got something green, it'll bleed through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should be able to fix that. I don't know why it's bleeding through on that. Should be chroma keyed inside of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I should get one of my pictures from the lake yesterday to see what it does to that. Got GoPro footage, and then I've got DSLR, but then I just took some pictures with a point and shoot.
You go fishing at all?
We have, but I didn't bother trying to fish up there. I just basically went snorkeling and found some couple old vintage beer cans, raced around the RC boat, tooled around with the kayak, got drunk. Oh, here's a good one. Let's see what the bricks do to this one. Crap! Now I gotta go back and find it.
Heartbreaking detective.
Wow, so it didn't take out any of the green, it took out the blue of the sky. And some of the green of the kayak. That's weird. Oh shit, now somebody else posted something. I gotta scroll back. I'm gonna have to go over and mow my dad's lawn pretty soon too. Since he can't do that right now.
You got a caretaker or caregiver or something?
He just had his God dang, I can't talk right now. Got his shoulder operated on the other week, and so his arm's in a cast, right, or a sling.
Gotcha. A big ass eagle. Shit. You got firewood, $5 a bundle. Man.
So there you go, Mr. Stride. You basically proved that the sky is CGI.
There we go. Sky is made of bricks.
Yeah, and kayaks. I'll be dipped. Who knew?
You gotta be careful trying to hide that sky wall from you. You
Yep.
can pass.
Yeah, it's a good thing too when they set up that blue sky, filter. The big hologram filter for the sky that we all see. It is a good thing that they made it blue, because if they had made that green, nobody would ever know where to stop mowing their lawns.
Right. This motherfuckers. Yeah, meow. Yeah.
That was a pretty good back and forth last night there between. Oh god dang, there's a lot of people in that. Jerry, Chad, NASA Shill, all of them.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it.
I wanted I tried to post it in the comments. Well, I did post it in the comments, but I told a couple of them, and it would have really confused the crap out of a few of those guys. But the sunlight, because they were talking about the sunlight's parallel except when it's not or something. I said, well, some of the sunlight is parallel, some is convergent, and some is divergent. I'm sure that would have confused the shit out of them.
Damn it. Another delivery to a fucking mansion 20 miles away. No tip. Good job, buddy. Good job. Fucking cunt. I don't know why people do that.
Oh yeah, you're doing a
DoorDash.
DoorDash. Yeah, okay. I was thinking of the other one, like Uber Eats or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done that. Seems most people here use DoorDash. Every once in a while, you deliver to a very rich neighborhood. Oh my God! Oh my God! What the fuck is that? There's something in the car with me. It's gonna kill me.
Don't crash.
Fucking thing. What's that? Something flying around.
Is it flying or? I was gonna say, is it flying or crawling?
Oh, it was flying. I can't tell if it was a bee or a really, really large horsefly. Get out. All right. We're safe.
Oh shoot! I'll look at my other SD card and see if I got some good pictures on that. Why? Oh shit! I'm zoomed in. Well, Mr. Stride, you have uncovered quite the plot here. Apparently, forests are also CGI.
What are?
Forest?
The forest that I hiked through up to that lake. Your YouTube stream is uncovering quite a bit, and it's good that people can now see the true scope of this conspiracy. Anyway, I gotta go do some other stuff. I will talk to y'all later.
Later.
Hello.
What's up?
That's funny shit.
Hold on a second. Let me the podcast going here. What were you saying?
I said I didn't know Jack Bosma got banned. That's funny shit.
Yeah, he I had to ban him because he was just sending people DMs to other links, and he didn't want to engage in anything. He just wanted to use this place as a platform to spread his shit, and that's not okay.
Well, we knew that the first day he showed up, but
Yeah, but he was gonna spread our shit. He couldn't even do that for very long.
yeah. Same thing with that Hellfire asshat. He just wants to exploit and use this place to find people to exploit.
Yeah. Yep. But he's still useful.
In some minuscule way, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps threatening rain. It's cloudy and not sunny. The sky is gray and gross. But AccuWeather says it's not going to come.
Yeah. Yeah, we got white sky. Like the clouds are so high up, like you can't even see any blue because it doesn't look like clouds.
Yeah. Except mine has got big, gray, angry thunderclouds all, undulating in that white, but no rain or nothing. And they say it's not gonna.
Yeah. Yeah, I missed when storms would roll in, instead of like there's just constant threat looming that it might sprinkle a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I miss a good thunderstorm rolling in and then fading off away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Sleep Machines is about the only place we're going to be able to hear that from now on, maybe.
Yeah.
Kind of sad. The world is a changing. And my kids were like, winter is the same, it's cold, summer is the same, it's hot, it's not changing. For like 10 years or so. And I'm like, you don't understand. This weather, winter and summer, is not the same as when I was a kid. Yeah, we have winter and summer, but it's different.
Yeah, I remember having winter as a kid, and it wasn't this bitter, bitter cold. Like you could actually make a snowman out of the snow.
Yeah. Then in 2 weeks it'll be melted and 45 for a week and a half, and then it'll freeze again, and then
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. One of the best things I ever did for myself this summer was get a little electric doorbell thing that has a Bluetooth speaker that goes out here
Mm-hmm.
in the garage. Yeah, because
Oh, so you can hear if someone's at the house.
Yeah. Because, if someone comes up and knocks like a 90-year-old lady on the front door, I don't fucking hear that.
You don't got a Ring camera?
No.
Gotta get one. They're amazing.
I don't really need one. All my neighbors around me have, cameras and shit. And it covers, left side overlaps this side, the right side overlaps that side. If anything happens, I just go knock to my neighbors and be like, hey, did you see this on your cameras? And they'll be like, yeah, and send it to me. So I actually don't need one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been useful for like when we go on our road trips and shit. You can see, what's happening at the house essentially. And then I got one of those little Alexa thing, and I can actually, turn it on and see what's going on inside the house. Kind of cool.
That's kind of cool. My neighbor talks to me through his stupid camera doorbell. So the ones right next door on my driveway side that moved to California, Yeah, sometimes I'll be out there like pulling weeds or out in front on the street talking to another neighbor, and all of a sudden you'll hear him go rant rant like a fire truck or something. He makes this noise in it. So you look and he goes, "Hey, you guys, it's good to see everyone." And we're like, "What the fuck?"
Funny.
It's creepy. Like he's still our neighbor out here talking to us, even from California.
Yep. Funny.
They got so lucky. Those 30-day renters left. The new renters are coming today. But the 30-day people, they cleaned everything up and didn't leave a mess.
Oh, nice.
I know. They only used the one bathroom. Like, nothing, I don't even think they turned the water on in the 2 bathrooms upstairs. So everything just needs a quick wipe down and the oven needs scrubbed. But that's about it. They were not messy. I told him all that because he wanted me to go check. So I'm like, okay, so I go check and I come back and I told him. And I said, but you're definitely going to have to pay Molly maids or someone to come scrub the oven and the downstairs bathroom. That one's pretty bad. And he was like, oh, okay. I've never seen anybody come and I've been here the whole time. And the new people are moving in today. So I can't imagine how gross that would be to get the keys. Yay, our new house. And it's got somebody else's fucking mold in the tub.
Well, this lady's all right. I bet hand it to her. Her dog's kind of going crazy in there. Keeps running back to this one area. Oh, I don't think they can hear me. That's the thing.
Oh, the dog can, but they can't?
Yeah. Is that a doorbell maybe? Nope.
Might have to actually knock on the window, huh?
Okay, I was gonna leave it here for them. They saw me. I was worried if they were having a medical issue.
You never know, man. People aren't the healthiest these days.
Yeah. Nope.
So
some of these houses, they got a cat out front. The cat, I get there's meow, meow.
Oh, mister.
Yeah.
So I got a new stove a couple of months ago, remember?
Yep.
Yeah, and I've been struggling with it ever since. This is gonna sound really spoiled and snotty, but the burner grates are too high. They're too tall.
Yeah.
Like there's 3 inches almost of space. Well, it's 2.5 inches of space between the bottom of the pan and where the fire comes out. So
Right.
all the regular breeze that's moving in the house from just having the, central air on, blows the little flames off of one whole side of the pan. So you have to move the pan like almost off the burner way over there to catch the rest of the fire heat coming up over there.
Right.
Instead of centered over the top. And it takes like twice as long to make things boil like that. It's so dumb. So,
yeah, maybe you can put like a little piece of metal, like a little wall, to help block the air from pushing the flames. Or can you maybe find new burner tops that'll fit that are just shorter?
yeah, that's what I wanted, like a wind diverter, so that because I've been using a paper plate. He came in the kitchen last night and was like, "What the fuck are you doing with the paper plate by the fire?" And I was like, "Well, I'd like you to try and make this fucking water boil. That's it. Just make the water boil. That's your whole job tonight." And he was like, okay, whatever." And then fucked with it and finally realized this is shit. Because I've been complaining, but he's not hearing it. Because it's a stove. What the fuck are you complaining about? What do you mean?
Right.
Right. And so one night I tried to make him boil the water for the pasta. No, he was on Amazon after dinner and ordered these grates. They're lower. And I'm crossing my fingers that this works. My old stove, where the fire, the little tower where the fire comes out, each burner, was more recessed into like a little hollow where each burner is. This one is just kind of level on the stove, and then the tower sits on that. And then the grate goes above and around all that. There's no recessed.
Yeah, I miss having a gas stove. It was so much easier to like judge how hot something is, like going to be.
Yes. I love it. Cannot tell a lie. I have cooked on electric, and well, I choose not to ever have to again.
Yeah, we got all those convection tops.
Oh yeah, the kids next door have that, and they can't make Jiffy Pop.
Yep. Yeah, I just found we have Jiffy Pop at Walmart here. I was going to grab some. Then yeah, you can't cook it on our thing. You have to do it over an open fire.
Yep, an open fire, or you can do it on electric coil stove. With the metal coil. You can do it on those, but you can't do it on the glass convection. No. It says it real big right on the front of the Jiffy Pop too.
I suppose you can put a skillet down and then put the Jiffy Pop on that.
Yeah, but you got to keep like moving it and shaking it. That
Yeah.
would be hard. That'd be hard to work all that. You're gonna guarantee yourself at least one little blister, and hopefully not a big one. You're gonna burn yourself with that. But on my gas stove, it turns out perfect. Jiffy Pop is the best popcorn in the world. Just
Yeah, I like the
tastes
old.
perfect.
I like the ones where you get like popcorn kernels, right? And you load them into the popcorn maker and it spins around, heats them and pops them. And then you have like a little tray on top that you can put a little slice of butter in that melts alongside popping the popcorn. And you just dump that. Oh, I miss that.
Yeah, ours looked like kind of like a wok with a big clear dome plastic lid. Is that what you're talking
Really?
about? Yeah.
No,
And
ours
then
was
when
more
was
like
done, you would
it
just
looked
turn
like
it over.
ours looked more like a Keurig, and the
Oh, you have
popcorn
air
would
popper.
it would pop up into the top part and then come out and jump out like a faucet.
So ours looked like a big like electric wok, and it had a big clear dome plastic lid. And when you turned it on, the air would make it spin all around in there. Kind of like, did you ever see a cotton candy machine work?
Yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
what I'm picturing when you're talking.
Yeah, kind of like that. It would spin it all around and swirl it, and then it would just start popping, and pretty soon the lid would be so full of popcorn it would start almost coming off, and you would turn it off and flip it upside down, and the lid is your bowl. It was really cool. Technically, it was an air popper, but not like the Keurig one where it would fall out once it's popped.
Right. Yeah, you have the bowl set out on the outside of it to catch all the popcorn.
No, and you could put all the butter and all the shit melted into the swirling kernels, because as it popped, it would get coated and swirl around more.
Ah, fancy.
Right.
Yeah, I think if you did that in the other one, it would just start on fire.
No, this one was awesome. It's old too. I mean, it was my grandma's. It's red enamel, and the black is like inside is like black nonstick. Yeah,
Mhm.
I loved that thing. I couldn't believe the day that she went to the nursing home. My aunts and cousins were there, like raiding her kitchen for all her gadgets.
Yeah, that's what happened with Beyonce's Uncle Tom. Except we didn't really know he was, the severity of it. And then one day her grandma was like, "Hey, if you wanted any of his tools, come get them because they'll be gone tomorrow." We're like, "Huh?" And apparently the whole house is getting foreclosed on, and he had waited too long to do anything. The state was just going to come take it, and all of her shit, all of his entire life was still in that house. It's like, all right, I'll take a day off, and we load up the van with just all these tools and stuff, and then we realized that he had all these albums there too. She was trying to get everyone to take, and I was like, all right, well, we'll come. I'll take another day. I'll come back and I'll grab all of those too. Fucking lots and lots of albums, really, really expensive ones too. Like the entire Zappa collection, like with multiples. Kind of crazy.
His whole life. That's sad, yeah. I have a girlfriend. It's the wife of a dude my ex-husband worked with, so his coworker, and it was his wife. He calls me, my ex-husband. He's like, "Hey, I need you to go meet Laura because like her mom died unexpectedly, and she's there cleaning out the house, and she's having a hard time." And I'm like, "Why the fuck do I want to go? Like, I don't even know her." So yeah, I go. And I'm like, "Okay, so I know you want to look at everything and remember the memories, but the garbage dumpster is coming tomorrow. So we literally have to just put things in their boxes and
Right.
and put them in the front yard. Get everything in their boxes outside, and then we'll decide where it goes. That's all we can do right now." But she kept stopping and crying, because it's her mom. It was one of the hardest things I ever did. I had to keep cajoling her and motivating her, and
Mm-hmm.
that sucked. But there was hundreds of little crystal figures and those little precious moments dolls.
Oh, those precious moments things. They
Yeah.
actually take those and they like mod them to make them look like different shit, and they actually sell. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. So, but I was just trying to find the boxes to each, because all the boxes were in the attic. All the boxes to everything were there. We just had to match them all up so that they could be sold.
What?
It took forever. My son Max was maybe 6 or 7 at that time, and he actually found his little niche. Because autism, he could look at the Precious Moments doll and then walk over there and look through all the boxes and find the box.
Hmm.
And then he would just put the doll with the box on the tarp and then go to the next one, because he wasn't good at putting them in but he was really good at matching them up. And
Yeah.
that helped a lot. Yeah, that helped a lot. And yeah, I put my kids to work, and we got it all done in one day.
Yeah, my grandma, she had to get surgery, and then she got put into a nursing home, and then kept falling, and getting more surgeries because of the falling in the nursing home. Eventually, we couldn't afford with her, her income to pay for the assisted living apartment she had. So we had to put all of her stuff in storage so that she could afford to stay at the nursing home. And
Right.
so we're boxing everything up, and put it in the storage unit. And then my grandma ended up dying. She kept trying to get out of the bed, and it just fucking, I don't know how long she must have been laying face down on the ground, but it completely contorted her face to the point where the mortician couldn't even right the wrong. And we went to go check in at the storage unit to get all that stuff out, and every single thing in there was water damaged. All of our pictures, just about our entire history, just completely washed away.
Everything
And
you
there's
put in
nothing
there
the
to stay
storage
safe.
unit. Yeah, and the storage unit not responsible. It's very upsetting. What do you do? The best you can do is
similar. Yeah.
best you can do is just try and make your shit digital before that happens.
So when one of the times Max tried to unalive himself, his father took him out of the psych ward here and sent him to inpatient. It's like a brainwashing camp. It's called Intercept, all the way in Idaho, dude. I'm in Michigan. It's all the way in Idaho, and it's basically, you know how they will kidnap a kid. Literally, the parents will have someone come and kidnap their kid and take them to those brainwashing camps to not be gay or whatever. It's like, but for mental health. Yeah, it was scary and terrifying. And while he was there, because family sessions is on Zoom, and he asked me if I could paint his room so it's fresh when he comes back. And I'm like, okay. So we took everything out and put it in behind my husband's shop. There's this big semi trailer called a Comex. It's just a trailer, and they shuffled things in and out of there because there was some remodel going on there. But I put everything in the Comex. Yeah, I talked to the boss. Yeah, no problem, no worries. Put it in there. It's like 6 by 8 feet of space on the side. Nobody will touch it. No worries. I put like caution tape around it with a big note taped on there with my name and his name and what it is, and call me if there's ever a problem, and my phone number. So I painted his room, and like 6 months later, because he came home, things were crazy. It was insane. So 6 months later, I go there to the Comex to get his stuff out, and it was gone.
Just
They
gone?
had come and towed the Comex and replaced it with another one because I guess codes had changed. The DOT codes, the Department of Transportation. So they had to do maintenance on the Comex that was at our place, and I never saw those things again. I tried to track it all down because 2 months after that, he was dead.
Right.
So all of my photo albums from when he was a baby, everything was in there. Everything. All I have was the few pictures that were in an old phone, and he had a DS, a Nintendo DS, and he took some pictures himself with that, and
Also, as a DSI.
yeah, and stuff like that. And that's all I have of him when he was little. And my ex-husband
But
won't share anything. He won't share anything. He won't talk to me or even share a photo.
it's messed up.
Yeah. So I feel you. Everything's gone and ruined. Only your stuff was at least water damaged. Mine's just gone.
Yeah.
And my current husband feels so bad because he knew they came and took the comics, but forgot that stuff was in there. And I had to just let it go
Yep.
because it was crushing me. Yeah. So I totally can relate to that.
Hello.
Well,
Hello.
how are you today? Oh,
Oh,
guess what I hear? I hear
I
rain.
am. I saw.
Yep, it's definitely raining. I'm gonna go turn my sprinkler off. Had the hose watering all the tomato plants, but I don't think it's necessary anymore. Ugh, now the mosquitoes are gonna come out. Okay, so I gotta plan the movies for Friday's movie night. And I don't want to do sci-fi again because we've been doing sci-fi for 4 weeks. I love sci-fi,
What'd you pick?
but not everybody does. I don't know yet. I have no idea. I think I got my Netflix open. I don't even know. I guess I personally watch a lot of
Rocky,
sci-fi.
here's the movie. Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
Are your ears open? Can you
My
flex your
ears.
ears? It sounds like thunder.
Okay, wait. Let me wiggle them. I wiggled them, but you can't hear it.
So, the movie Chinatown.
Let me look.
China, 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 Chinatown
Mm,
is a phenomenal
not
movie, folks. It's literally Jack Nicholson. He's a little bit crazy now, folks. A little bit crazy. But I still love him. I love all his movies. I remember the first movie I saw Mr. Nicholson in, he ate flowers. Folks, I'll just tell you that.
it's only rent or buy on Prime. Nope, we can't watch that one. What about Big Trouble in Little China? But it's kind of like, what's the Eddie Murphy one? The Golden Child? It's kind of like that. Oh, that one's Rent or Buy too. Shit. Double Dragon. Did you see Kung Fu Hustle?
Just checking out at Cub Foods here.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
God, I can't wait for the second one. It looks good. I'm hoping for the best.
So, Pocky, I think I was watching that Alien movie. Did it come out a couple years ago? Or that TV Alien show?
Resident
Oh,
Alien?
yeah.
Yeah.
You caught
I
up
love
yet?
it.
You get through season 1 yet?
What episode are you on now?
Well, I
I'm
stopped
waiting.
watching because I'm
Yeah, I'm
trying to catch
waiting for
trouble
everyone to
up.
get caught up.
Yeah. I'm on like 5 or 6. 5, I think. I stopped watching it because I'm trying to catch trouble up. She's on like
So we
3 and
need
a
to
half.
do.
You're right. I can do episode 3 and 4 and start with that. Maybe because she's here in the beginning of movie night, isn't she? Or does she come later? I have to find out because she's the one that's most behind in Resident Alien. Oh, shoot. That's YouTube, and that's not what I wanted. I wanted Netflix. What are you at? What episode are you on?
Was I halfway through 3 or towards the end of 3? But
Okay, good. So if I play 3 and 4, you'll
I
be
think I
still on
remember
track.
watching. I didn't watch the first part.
You didn't watch the first episode?
But we got to do a.
Well, I can
We got to
play
do
you
a
the
watch
first one
party for
right now
something
if
that
you.
like. What if we do this the movie maker like a 24-hour Star Wars? So Demon will have to watch it at some point. Or was it Dan who never watched
Dan's never seen Star
So
Wars.
whoever's never seen Star Wars, any of them in the 70s, he wasn't watching. I'm gonna go get some lunch. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need a TV day or, to get through like 5 episodes of different shows. I said to shop for this person and pick up some raspberries. And holy fuck, did these Cub grocery store raspberries look delicious? Massive.
Yeah.
Like one of my favorite berries. Take like a raspberry and pop a blueberry into its little hole. Mm-hmm.
I like them smashed into vanilla ice cream.
Yeah. Oh, another apartment building. Leave it my turn. Buzz a bunch of different people. The goddamn door buzzers. Yeah, I got a DoorDash delivery here. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
There we go.
By the way. Awesome. Thank you. Let me go.
No worries. I think it's just yours that it's not working for.
Thank you.
Thank you. One guy comes through. Oh. Find me a bankruptcy lawyer. I
The
cannot
bank
get
is
out of
gonna
it.
erupt. It's so
Erupts
full, it's gonna burst.
Pretty sure I'll be stuck with my $15,000 loan at the bank. I don't think I'll be able to add that to the bankruptcy. All my credit cards, I will. They can fuck their ass. Yeah, I should have done this like 5 years ago before it got, so bad to where it is. Oh, you gonna go through the every fucking Jeep Wrangler I see has an entire row of rainbow colored ducks in the front window. And then I've even seen like Equinoxes and like Toyotas. Just a car. Yeah, it's so dumb. It's like you guys don't even realize why that's there. Why would you do that? Just want to feel included.
Folks, I definitely felt included. Once I got shot, folks, I was part of an elite crew who, frankly, few survive. Lincoln survived for 3 days until he bit the bullet, folks. I am definitely one of the greatest big league, big time presidents there's ever going to be once we make America great once again.
The biggest bullet that ever hit anyone. But I got strong ears. They say I got strong ears.
So they got like, do you think Biden had a fake ear that had a built-in earpiece so they could yell in his ear and tell him, turn left to exit after the podium?
Could be. I
think
I
Trump
wouldn't
had
put
a
them
thing?
I wouldn't put it past them that they all have, you know, an earpiece in.
So did Trump's earpiece like go off as a warning? Because they were saying, I was seeing grotesque photos of Mike Tyson's aftermath, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't seem like he was bleeding that much. I don't know if when they take the photos, it was however long later, if it was getting Vaseline rubbed in it, you know, whatever.
I don't know.
What about the
I don't know
Land of
why
the
it took
Lost
so long.
movie with Will Ferrell?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Did you see that one,
Yeah,
Marty?
that one's fucking awful. We can make fun of it the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I
The
remember
whole
being at
time.
home. No, it was not Home Depot. What's the Home Depot of electronics? Best Buy.
Radio Shack.
Yeah, it was at Best Buy, and that was playing. And I didn't want to stop to watch it. I was like, this movie sucks. It looks awful. Even in like the brand new whatever Best Buy TV they were trying to sell. With that movie, the dinosaur CGI looked as good as nasty.
Yeah, it's good. The dinosaur CGI is actually really good in it. You're right.
So, Pocky, you ever put on a scary movie while you're home alone at night?
Yeah,
And
all
all
the
of a
time. I'm
sudden you
not
don't
afraid of the
feel.
dark. What about Army of Thieves?
You didn't let me finish.
I'm sorry. Finish. I often have to wait.
You put
for
the
my-
scary. What's up,
Here,
Batman?
they tried to take my shoes, but they could never take my freedom. They couldn't. They tried to
They were
find
gonna
it. They couldn't
tie
get it.
my laces
They
together,
couldn't,
folks,
because
and
they couldn't
throw it
take
over
it.
the power line.
You could take all my ears. You could take all of my. You could take all of it. You could take it all. You could take all my
So,
ears. You could take all my
Flatman, I got your message the other day. What is it you wanted to? What is it you wanted to
Oh
say?
yeah. I'll just throw it at you real quick. My mentally disabled son's going through some health issues, so I'll be gone for like 6 months. I just
Oh, damn.
happened to be in a server yesterday. No, not yesterday, but like the day before, and I'll hang out with you today. But I'm literally like disappearing from fucking
Gotcha.
social media. I'll be gone, but I will be back, bro. So just hang tight and love. I love you guys. But yeah, it's some dad duty. You know what I mean? But I will
Gotcha.
be
We
back,
love
bro.
you.
I'll be back.
Flatman, can I have your permission to use
your profile picture and go and act like you and pretend I'm you, and Jeremy will believe that I'm you doing Trump in your spirit, just to fuck with Jeremy.
I
over
don't
at
know,
Geo.
man. I think he might make Jeremy hate me, dude. Jeremy, listen, you're a great guy. You're a wonderful guy, but you're a little slow. You're a little slow, and in the morning, you tend to mod, but you mod bad. You mod bad and do a lot of things bad. I've actually contacted a lot of people, and it seems that you do
Bigly
everything
bad,
bad.
folks, very bad.
And so we've looked into it, and it seems like we're trying to look for the thing that you do good. Do good. We're looking for the good thing because it seems like
No
you fuck
one
everything
mods
up.
better than Flatman Pizzas.
We've looked for the good moments and we just can't. They're not there. We've dug deep. We've dug deep in the archive, and there is no nice place. It's always bad. It's always against Trump. I'm a great guy. Why would you attack me? There was a lot of people. They did attack me. They attacked my ear. They attacked my shoes, but they didn't get either one, and they'll never get either one. And Biden can only wish to have his ear attacked or his shoes. He doesn't even know where the fuck he's at, let alone what planet he's on. And I am the best president that anyone has ever seen, so we'll just go from there.
Mr. Trump, are you aware that Biden has pulled out of the?
Scrubs.
Yeah, he's not your opponent anymore.
Yeah, now I'm fighting the lady that does blowjobs. She does blowjobs to gain. I mean, it's sickening. It's
She
sickening.
blew her way to the top.
She
folks.
will blow
With that
anybody.
big-
Giving a
She'll-
good
she'll-
blowjob will get you a lot, though.
She will literally blow
All
Putin
that
to
hot
stop
air.
the Ukraine war. I guarantee you. And it will be stopped because she is very well versed, and she will do a very great job. But she only has one job, and she does a great job at it, of course. But that's not presidential material. It isn't. I mean, I got a lot of girls I know I can call out that can suck off a lot of great guys, and they would do a wonderful job. Then they would, but you can't run a country. You can't run a country sucking guys off. You just can't do it. I've looked around. I was hoping that you could, and I looked into it, and you can't. You can't, because you'll eventually end up sucking off all the countries. And before you know it, America will become a cesspool of everyone sucking each other off. I had a dream about it. I did. I saw the future of America if she got in, and it's everyone just blowing each other. Because that's
Was
the type of
Martin Luther
person you
King in
got.
a dream?
Sounds like a fun time.
Go ahead. Go ahead, dude. I'm sorry. Actually, I actually made myself laugh.
The country of blowjobs.
I
Not bad.
rarely make myself laugh, but she's constantly on her knees. I'm telling you, she will teach the girls. She will get burnt out
Hold
knees.
on.
She's almost like a catcher. There's a lot of baseball catchers. What do they call them? The umpires, and then they blow their knees out. They do. And Kamala is like the umpire of America, just constantly blowing her knees out. And I think she's a great guy. Nobody blows knees out quite like Kamala does. I'm telling you. I might have to hire her for like a mechanic shop to grease the skids.
What was that, Pocky?
Look, but I just said it's pretty accurate, Trump, because all he does is denigrate women just for being women, because he's a cuck bitch.
Not Baki sounds like somebody that might be on the rag, And listen, I know a lot of rag people. I did. I've met a lot of them,
Listen,
and they're
bitch,
terrible.
I haven't had a
They're
rag
constantly bitching and moaning. It seems like everything is everybody else's fault and not
choke
theirs.
you with the bloody
I have
fucking
met.
tampon.
They're just bleeding all over the place, which I love. I love blood. I do. I think blood is a great thing, but not when it's coming out of terrible whores. And I pitch it. I run it off my. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just randomly.
Nobody does blood as good as I do. folks. I bleed better. I bled. You guys seen it?
I've seen a lot of people bleed, but
It
they
was
don't
on
bleed
a
quite
stage,
like
it was
I
not
do.
a stage.
I've got blood that flows very great. And the women, the blood, it doesn't flow very well. I think they have yeast infections. So the blood is very slow. It's very chunky. It's got like a grab to it. And nobody wants to put their penis in there because it might sandpaper their penis. And so a lot of people, they always go to me. They go, Trump's a great guy. I could go to Kamala, but my penis might be sandpapered. And a lot of guys, I met them, and they don't like sandpaper penises. They
Your
don't.
friends think this is funny?
You don't think it's funny, dude? I'm just joking around. It's just I'm
No.
just kidding, Napagi. They get the yeast infections is what happens.
See, this
and you
is the
go down
thing.
there and you wanna play with them a little bit, and you realize that there's a desert down there, and it's a bad desert. It's like
Go
Prince of
ahead,
Persia.
Patrick.
It's like the video game where there's a guy down there and he's trying to attack you with daggers. It's a very bad situation down there.
You know, I feel for you in your situation, and I know that this is your last foray into social media, so you live it up.
Dude, I'm a nice guy at the end of the day. I'm just kidding. It's all good. I'm not an asshole. I'm just being goofy.
Folks, he's playing a character, all right, folks? He's playing Trump.
As I play a character, I play a great
Playing-
character, but he's a great guy. I got shot in the ear. They tried to take my shoes. I had to bend down and get them because they were trying to actually shoot my shoes. They didn't even want my head. They wanted the shoes. I don't know what it is about the shoes. They wanted them. They wanted them really bad, folks. I'm telling you. It might be like
I
some
know
sort of
that,
thing where I clap them
folks.
together and then we go back to another land.
Folks, I don't know
Ruby
how,
Red
but the
Shoes.
shooter, the shooter discovered I had an original pair of Air Jordans on, original run. You know, I'm a big fan of Michael Jordan. I'm a huge Chicago Bulls fan. Somehow he knew I
And
was
listen,
wearing
I
those
love when black
original
people come
Air
around. I love
Jordans.
black people.
He
So
knew I
Air
was wearing the
Jordan's a
Air
great guy.
Jordans. He wanted to, as some of
love
my
black
urban
people coming
friends would
around and
say,
looking at my
he
Jordans.
tried to run me for my Jays. And Donald Trump does not run.
There's big, beautiful black people, and they come around, and I love them. And they have some of the greatest shoes, but they don't have the Trumps. They got to get the Trumps. They do, and it's almost like Jordans, but really, what it is, it's like dress shoes. It's a black dress shoes, and when you get shot in the ear, you bend down, you grab the dress shoes, and these are like Jordans to people now, and they're wonderful Jordans. And I would never take those Jordans away from them. I wouldn't. I would just. I'm gonna keep going forward, and I feel like those dress shoes are great people. They're wonderful people. I would like shoes are people. People are people. Women are men. They're great. They're all great. I love all of it. I love how everyone's just kind of mixing it up a little bit like a rainbow. They're all over the place. It's like a video
I
game.
feel
love
like
video games.
I feel like if Donald Trump brought up Air Jordan, Bernie Sanders would be compelled to mention that Shaq has his own shoes and they're only like $20
Exactly.
at
You have
Walmart,
to be
very
like Bernie,
economical.
where you only have one choice. Bernie is a communist, so he likes to go to the store. Like he wants two choices. He wants red shoe or blue shoe. He's a very communist. He doesn't like to go into a capitalist store where there's maybe there's grass-fed butter and regular butter and this butter and that butter. He doesn't like it. It's very complicated for him. He likes red butter or blue butter. That's what he likes. He likes it. And eventually he wants everybody to just like do things. You get that shoe or this shoe. It's very communistic. It's disgusting. I'm a communist. I would always love everyone to get 7,000 pairs of shoes. The more shoes, the better. And like I said, due to this situation we're dealing with, shoes are people at this point. And I think the shoes are great people. And a lot of them, they choose Trump. They do. I mean, if shoes were people,
Mr.
they
Trump,
would
I have a
vote for me.
question for you. Marty from CNN. Mr. Trump, how high are your highest high heels?
They gotta be very high, but they can't be too high. I like 2 inches. Anything above 2 inches, they might actually be on methamphetamine. I don't know. I don't
Is
know how
that
to
what
explain
Melania
it.
said?
I don't know how to do it because nobody I know is on meth. But I think that meth
Wait, hang
people
on.
are
Who
very
was
they
who
use
was the
their mind.
guy
They do.
who had like the boots, like the cowboy boots with the hidden heels inside of them? Like he looked like he had Squidward feet because the front of them were all floppy.
Yeah, you lost me. I don't know what the fuck that is.
What was that? Was it Ron DeSantis? I can't. There was some guy who was running
Ron DeSantis is
as
a
a
Mexican
Republican.
monkey guy, which is he's a great guy. But I think his IQ might be a little low. But I can make up for that. If I get in, I'll get a tutor. I will get a tutor for Ron DeSantis so he's not as retarded as he is. And it'll be a wonderful tutor. And I think that if Ron DeSantis can stop being retarded, a lot of people will stop being retarded. And it'll be wonderful. I have a dream. I do. It's a wonderful dream.
All right, real shit here, Flatman. Are you drunk or high or both?
I smoked a little bit of weed. I did, but it's legal here. It's illegal there. I don't try to look into it. I don't try to dig in. I don't dig into the laws because the laws can be kind of sketchy. They can be very sketchy.
No, I don't care where you are, and it's just you're doing such an accurate impression. You got to be on some substance.
Oh, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. No, this is
No
just
problem.
everyday flat, man. Yep. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, I was fucking dude, I got on to I started playing Street Fighter. Apparently there's like this retro gaming site where you can multiplayer play old school Street Fighter with people online.
Oh, sounds cool.
And dude, I'm just so I'm so happy. I'm playing all these cool people, so happy. I didn't know that community existed. Because I'm like a Street Fighter 2 baby. I grew up with Nintendo, so I'm super happy that I found that click. But anyways, enough about me. Enough about my big, beautiful crew. They're a wonderful crew. Excuse me. I was on Earth Awakenings, but I got laryngitis. And my throat's a little raspy. And when I try to get in, it's not happening. I don't want to be a cunt. But I think I'm going to go be a cunt, so I'll be right back. Can't help myself. Be a cunt for him. I'll be right back.
No worries.
Didn't last long.
Nope.
I don't understand that mentality because if men are so threatened by women, why don't they just step it up and be better people? So, instead of putting women down to feel better, it's like so lazy. Like the joke, I don't have to run faster than the bear, just faster than my girlfriend. I'm going to throw down so he eats her instead. I don't have to be better. I just got to make fun of you and make you shitty. Therefore, I feel better.
Yeah, you should have seen the way Trouble went at it with Flatman the other day. He brought up, something, whatever, period, place. That seems to be his go-to. And she like lashed into him about, it was, she went back just as disgusting. And it was like, why, if you can't handle the heat, don't be in the kitchen, That was pretty great. Like, he literally got grossed out and had to leave.
I didn't want to. He prefaced all this with, my mentally ill son is having a health emergency and I won't be online for 6 months, so this is my last day to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I could not, in my good conscience, hurt his feelings too bad.
Yeah, I think the misogynistic stuff is kind of like, deeply seated and not, it's like a subconscious thing for him at this point. But he truly doesn't like Trump. So when he's doing that character, it is more like, he's pointing out how ridiculous and horrible that person can be and the shit they say.
I told him have fun. I didn't hurt his feelings, but I can't do it. I mean, this is women. I hate to be like a whiny crybaby, but we deal with this shit every fucking day, man.
Yeah, I think Oddite and Trouble both.
Yeah, you make 25 cents more an hour than me? You must be on your knees. Oh, you must be. No, dude. Maybe I just do my job and I'm a good human.
Yeah, that the Kamala thing kind of surprised me. Like when we found out, Biden won, the next day we were at my fiance's parents' house and they're, anti-Biden.
Right.
And the first thing I heard was, yeah, Kamala got there by sleeping her way to that position. I was like, where did you hear this from? You know, and like that was his rhetoric to begin. It's like, so it's just weird that the things
Which pisses
people
me off because she
justify
got
their
that
position with.
position by being a federal prosecuting attorney for a lot of years. Then she was
Yeah.
elected into government. Then she didn't sleep her way to the fucking top, dude. I hate that shit.
Well, the argument is that she slept her way into a prosecutor position. Like the only reason she could get the heads up is by giving head.
And you know, that sort of mindset that's how women get ahead, it infuriates me. Is there someone that get ahead that way? Yeah, guarantee you. It's usually not high intelligence work like prosecuting attorney. But yeah,
Alright.
there is. Okay. Is there some dudes that knock chicks up and leave and knowingly have AIDS and have sex and give it? Yeah, there is. So shit heels run on both sides of the gender, but so do good people.
Yeah. Ooh, I think we're getting our dark clouds rolling in here. I think we're gonna get some rain too. This looks like a promising thunderstorm.
It was even more infuriating to me that in divorce court, I was treated that same way. Oh, I'm just the woman. But him, he's a business owner. He's a job maker, a taxpayer. All that shit was literally brought up verbatim.
That's fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah, because like in a marriage or in a household, just the person going to work is the only one with the job. Okay.
Yep. It's infuriating.
Ugh. Been at this Cub Foods 3 times today.
Is that a restaurant?
No, it's a grocery store.
I was going to make stuffed pork chops for dinner, but I got a text that said, I really want sloppy joes. Can we do that? Okay.
Sloppy Joes. Who asked for sloppy joes?
My weird ass husband. And he asks for meatloaf a lot.
Meatloaf's good though.
And he asks for hamburger helper, like the stroganoff one, a lot.
Yeah, I love hamburger helper. We put a can of corn in it. Oh my god. So good. So filling.
He loves that shit. So growing up, his whole
You,
life, his
can you tell me where the ginger root is?
fats and acid.
Oh, I almost made it. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
What did you say?
I had to get help finding
Yeah,
the ginger root.
You're gonna have a hard time trying to get that umbrella in the house.
Hold on, I'll go take it.
Yeah, leave it right here and just run to the door.
You think you need a jack up there to put you on? Here, I'll just grab some.
Okay.
You like umbrella?
Yeah, rainbow.
See, it's pretty.
Okay. Don't slip. Your Crocs are wet. Don't slip.
Are they playing out in the rain?
Yeah, they just showed up in an umbrella, dancing around in the rain.
What's going on, Sean?
Slips while turning around to hear what you said.
So we heard you giving a shout out to the Flat Earth Hollywood stuff. What makes you?
Yeah.
How we don't actually know the next day we're doing that. But thanks for the show.
Well, I just said, I just said, he's doing it now, and I'd give more info when I knew the exact date or stuff. So,
So I cut out that back and forth that I had, and I uploaded it. See that is exactly what I'm hoping Glovers will come and be a part of it for. Because at the end of it, the guy had to walk away because I pointed out how he's no smarter than a flat earther essentially at that point.
I explained it. I explained it right.
What'd you
Come
get?
to Discord, talk, interact with the actual interaction.
Two things. All right.
Yeah.
See you later.
I was gonna. I saw that. I was gonna play it, but it was like that shit was long. And,
Well, I got the one interview is like a 10-minute long thing.
Yeah. Like maybe do you have I need to go through it. Maybe I could start cutting good parts out so you could make a 2-minute what is Flat Earth Hollywood.
That's what they came over for. Dunkaroos.
Hell yeah.
Oh, Dunkaroos.
Yeah, because I played like probably 45 minutes worth of my Flat Earth crap. And so by the end of the stream, I was going to put everyone through a 15-minute one.
I got the vanilla and the chocolate with sprinkles.
Yeah, then like once you cut have a solid date, then I can put the link in the chat for that. You know what I mean? So it could be a concrete thing.
Yeah, once we smooth it out and it becomes a regular thing, it'd be nice. We got to figure out the audio issues though. Like I had to go through and put subtitles on the whole thing.
What's got there's a bunch of I've been looking around. There's a bunch of Bluetooth mics. The problem is they're expensive though. That have really really good noise cancel. I'm pretty sure you're gonna have to spend good money to really have good noise cancellation because that was the biggest issue, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was. You got to use the Rode King headsets like they had before. But those are like $100 each. But it would fix the whole issue.
Oh yeah, because it would keep everything within and their setup.
Yeah, it's over the ear, and then the boom mic on it would be able to pick up, and it's got noise cancellation in it. Thank you.